shit, terrorizing the town, trying to take over or something like that.
Well, I guess it can kind of go without saying that that's perspective, right? Depending on why that person was robbing the bank or terrorizing or whatever, if their motives aligned to you personally, you wouldn't see him as a bad guy.
That's facts.
Sorry for everybody in the chat. I didn't know that this, I thought it was broadcasting live, but I guess it wasn't. I guess that was private information.
So, I mean, if you're, damn, I'm not gonna this sounds like a dumb, I mean, it's not a dumb question, but how do you go about paying attention to your cycles? Because it's if you're sitting there paying attention and trying to be aware of your cycle, it's
No, go ahead. That sounds like you're about to ask something very important.
I was so basically what I'm trying to say is if you're sitting there paying attention to your cycles, wouldn't you be looking at your cycles from a different view? Oh. So you initially kind of be out of your cycles because now you're taking the time out to stop, and so you're away from your unconscious patterns because now you're consciously trying to be aware of it.
Right. If you're observing them, then by default that means that you are not subject to them, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So patterns are always unconscious.
There are unconscious patterns and there are also conscious patterns, but for the most part, for our purposes, yes.
So going back to what you were talking about with the metaphor with the Matrix and the Morpheus, being able to put our unconscious patterns into conscious view would be the goal to do. Is that what the path is when you were comparing it towards the other Neo path?
Yes. If we are on the path of awakening and realization and liberation, then a massive part of this journey will be to recognize the unconscious patterns that we exemplify and to modify them as necessary to achieve our goals. So again, it always starts with the first step, which is know your outcome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And once you know your outcome, then you can modify and adjust. So many technical difficulties.
Hello.
What's up, I
How y'all doing?
Beautifully.
How's everybody?
I can't speak.
Good.
Get over here. Good,
Can you
good.
hear me?
Was good. Isaac was good.
Yeah, you know. Y'all sound mighty shy today.
This is my first time on one of these. I mean, like, and even in the academy, so I'm just listening.
Oh, wow.
Listening is always good.
You must say, why is it going so slow today? I thought she was getting right into it.
Ms. Turner, have you picked up anything so far?
What do you mean by picked up?
Did you hear anything interesting or maybe even relevant to what you're currently studying?
Yes. Like when he was talking about looking for the patterns in your life and the cycles, that was something I literally was just writing in my journal about like finding out what were mine. Like how do you do that? Do you go back and look at what's been going on in your life and how you reacted, and how do you look for patterns and circles? What is the criteria? What exactly are we supposed to be looking for? I mean, is the question that I have.
That's a good question. Thank you. So
Yes, sir.
we've got to look at the different categories, I guess. And I think to make things easy, we've got short term and we've got long term. Long term would be what you've mentioned earlier about looking through your life and seeing recurring events or continually making the same mistakes or even strengths, what you do repeatedly that you're actually good at, to identify these things. Because sometimes just by observing these things, we start to change them. As a side note, that is part of the nature of this reality. When we observe something, we change it. You know, science tells us about I think it's the Higgs boson particle, where it's a wave until it's observed, then it's a particle. But anyways, when we look at those long-term patterns, those involve all the things we've done through our life. And as far as the short-term patterns, every single thing that we do is a part of these patterns. There's a reason why our emotions are triggered or pushed in a certain direction. You know, sometimes we might go through life and we might think that randomly we get depressed or sad or angry. But if we really pay attention, something physiologically happened before that. You know, you might be suddenly sad, but if you really pay attention to what happened, if you look back maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes ago, maybe you saw an ad that reminded you of a heartbreak, you know, or a past relationship or something like that. We don't pay attention to it, but subconsciously seeing certain things trigger memories and emotions below our awareness. So the more that we start to pay attention to our behavior in the now, the more that we can begin to see the patterns. Does that add a little bit of light?
Yes, it does. That's what I wrote down in the journal was those, I mean, kind of like those observations of what I realized. Like I look back, for me right now, it'd be September. So I look back in every like September or whatever, and I began to notice a pattern regarding just that month. And well, there's a few other patterns that I'm noticing, but yeah. So what I'm getting at is, yes, I have noticed.
Excellent. Now, there's a system to all this, of course, and there's different sciences dedicated to understanding, explaining exactly why humans behave the way that we do and how to properly model ways of change. But a lot of this depends on the different states that we put ourselves in. We are constantly in a state of trance, different trances, but we're constantly in states of trance. And I think that a part of success deals with knowing when and how to identify which trance states we're in and what triggered them. Because if we're able to do that, we're able to obtain access to the steering wheel as opposed to just being moved by our surroundings.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm not going to be talking very much. We're on a road trip back to Georgia, and there's everybody in the car. So I won't be talking very much. Sorry.
I got you. Welcome aboard, and I hope this is very informative for you.
Thank you. It will be.
So, what's up?
Oh, no.
So the subject of today's discussion, I mean, as usual, we've already been on it because patterns. Patterns exist on a higher plane. Patterns truly exist on the etheric plane, but what makes them visible is that they move the physical plane. And that's actually talked about in this chapter on YESOD. YESOD is the realm of patterns, etheric patterns. And those patterns take shape, they take form on the physical plane, which is symbolized by Malkuth. So what we find about YESOD is that the 8 spheres above YESOD all culminate within the sphere of YESOD. And we find a certain duality, a certain dichotomy concerning the description of YESOD, how on one hand, it is the foundation and the strength of all the universe, but on the other hand, its very nature is mercurial. It changes, it fluxes and refluxes constantly. So how can something be the foundation of the universe full of strength, but also be so changeable? We look at the moon and the fact, the moon is the physical symbol of YESOD. We look at the moon and we see how it constantly changes from new, waning and waxing, and of course full. And everybody who lives on this planet, who practices any type of magic or not, understands that the full moon usually brings along with it some pretty interesting times. But what we have learned, at least from this chapter, if you didn't know before, is that because the moon or YESOD receives so much of the influence throughout the universe, receives all of the influences of all the planets, it's almost as if the more full it gets with influence, the more that influence affects our physical plane. And the less that the light shines from the moon, the less that the light is reflected from the moon, the more disorganized, the more chaotic that energy kind of becomes. So it's a little more difficult to grab a hold of and utilize that energy, but it's a lot more effective when the moon is full. That's why rituals done under the full moon usually have the most profound effect. And that's also why rituals that are started under a new moon have a better opportunity at fully evolving and expressing themselves, because we are utilizing that chaos, that darkness, that unconscious state. And as another side note, the realm of YESOD does represent the unconscious. And with the realm of YESOD being the receptacle of all the energies throughout the universe, we begin to talk about the archetypes that exist within the unconscious plane. KP mentioned the hero's journey. Well, the reason that this is the only story that can be told is because this story is the relation of all the archetypes with each other. So when we perform our rituals or our mind magic of any sort, it's done in the etheric plane, the realm of YESOD. And what we're actually doing is we're utilizing forms, we're utilizing sigils and symbols that present themselves on the etheric plane. And as we've noted from this book, Mystical Qabalah, these forms that we work with in the etheric plane get their definition from the previous sphere, which was Hod. And Hod gets its defined forms from the energy in the previous sphere, which is Netzach, which is the realm of nature and the abstract mind. And of course, we learned from this book, this abstract designation of random forces, which aren't random, come from the previous sphere of Tifereth, which is the higher self. Now here's the thing about Tifereth being symbolized as the physical sun. The sun is the constant force. I remember last week or 2 weeks ago, somebody asked about why the different planetary symbols look the way that they do. And I explained it was because of the properties, right? Every planetary symbol is made from a circle, a crescent, or a cross. We learned that the circle represents a constant force, whereas The crescent represents forces in flux. So again, we're dealing with YESOD, which is the moon, which is the realm of constant flux. And I mentioned Tifereth, which is the circle, which is the realm of stability. There's nothing new under the sun. The sun constantly shines. So anything under Tifereth is under the influence of constant flux. So the moon, go ahead.
Constant flux is like the patterns?
Yes. You listen. So yes, all these patterns are taking place under the realm of Tifereth. Tifereth is the closest that we as human personality and individuals can get to consistency on a cosmic scale. Now, of course, the higher you ascend past Tifereth, things get even more constant until you get to Kether, where there is absolutely no motion, but all potential of the universe. But everything under Tifereth is in a constant state of flux, because everything under Tifereth exists in the realm of time. And time is the expression of these different energies. Dion talks about how there are secret charts and catalogs that talk about the different energy percentages, I guess you'll say, of the moon. And these can be found in things like the Farmer's Almanac, or different tables that chart the different planetary influences by the hour. Now, these things aren't necessarily something that you have to live by strictly. They are a good indication of how certain things can be done best under certain time.
And you said it's the Farmer's Almanac?
Yeah, if you've ever seen that book, it just talks about how every month there's things that are better to do or better not to do on different days and things like that. It's a charting of patterns, cycles.
So you saying it's the same thing as we do our rituals according to the moon, or any rituals?
I would say any rituals, definitely pertaining to the moon, but any rituals.
Okay.
And on a larger scale, this also, it explains why there's certain things that are better to be done in the summer versus the winter, right? Throughout history, there are fertility rituals practiced in the spring. And there are birth and rebirth and sacrifice rituals produced in the winter, because that's when certain energies are high for certain things. Really and truly, the study of the occult is the study of these patterns that govern the universe. It's all patterns. And once you understand how these patterns work, now you can get in where you fit in. You can figure out.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. So we go on with the flow of everything, the natural order of everything else.
Right. So it isn't so much about accumulating this awesome power. It's more about recognizing the awesome power that is already present, and then riding on this power as if you're on a boat or a spaceship or a Merkaba.
Oh, is that kind of like, is that kind of like in like business and like Q1, there's certain things that you're supposed to, that people sell, like, oh, Q1 it's like July, January, so niggas gonna sell like fucking New Year's shit, like coats in winter and December, because of the patterns of the time.
Right, because the patterns of the people, human spending patterns, everything we do is patterned. Know thyself is the primary law. Know thyself, because if you don't, somebody else does. But furthermore, if you want to do better in this existence, you've got to know your strengths and your weaknesses. And how can you know those unless you study yourself and your patterns?
Yeah. That was a lot, that little bit of, them little 30 seconds, that was a lot of information that you gave out just now. I mean, it sounds simple, but it makes a lot of sense. It really does. Like everything else is basically in order and going with the flow except for us.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And see,
that was a lot for me.
One of the things that I learned, I've tried a lot. I've tried not everything, but I've tried a lot of different things concerning the magic. And one of the things I learned that was very important was during my little period of experimenting with vampiric magic, vampirism and all that. On one hand, there's a big philosophy that talks about draining the energy of other individuals and accumulating that energy for your own purposes. But what I found is that is nowhere near as effective as utilizing the energy already present, given out by the universe in full abundance. There's literally no reason to drain other people of their limited amount of energies when you can utilize what's already present and has always been present and always will be present, even after this body decays into nothingness.
Yeah, that makes sense, because if you got limited supply, you wouldn't have to use anybody else to get. I guess you would have to have the knowledge and information to get in line or get on board with the energy, and you can work things out a lot better.
So is it like there's unlimited amount of energy there to use, but we don't use it? Or is it like there's a limited amount of energy, but we just don't know that we're using it or we have it? So it's like we don't use it.
There's a combination of both. It's not that you have to study Dion Fortune's mystical Qabalah in order to utilize cosmic energy, because these are things that we naturally do because we're composed of those energies. So we do things without knowing. A person who is naturally talented at a certain thing, they may not have studied it, but they're very good at it. Now, study can also amplify their skills, but what she's talking about in this chapter is that these cosmic energies are eternally present, but our ability to access them largely depends on how we access them. Now, this is relating to what I was talking about. Yeah, and when, right, and when.
I said, and when, right. Okay.
But there's a verse that I'll read, I think it was verse number 7, where she's talking about how you can't change the cosmic energy, but what you can change is how you access it. And how you access it is through specific symbols or sigils. So when we work with, say, the goetic spirits, we access them through the symbol of their sigil and what we think they look like and how we think they behave. Now, all entities and all spirits are combinations of the 10 different energies present to different degrees. If we're not getting a result that we desire or require, then the next step would be to find an entity that serves that purpose, but not to try to change the energy itself, because that isn't possible.
So that's just, it goes the same way when you say, like, say I want to get rid of one of the goetic demons, and it says it does it. You can do it between this time slot. Now, I know people do it all over through the year, but you get better results if you do it in the time slot and you go with the flow like everything else with these goetic spirits. You'll get better results.
That's right. And that's largely because the energies that those spirits represent have their peak during those specific times. And that's why they're ranked as kings and princes and marquises and all that stuff. But yeah. Great observation.
Okay.
That's what made it.
Yeah, I was kind of confused because when I looked through the book. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that's what. Peace, everybody. That's what made it good. What you had said, Trav. That you got to know thyself. I mean, or else somebody else is gonna know you better than what you know. So once you don't study the patterns of how you operate within this great overall system, and you don't know the proper tools, what to use, and you don't know your potentials, so you don't even know how to access the unlimited availability of this great power. So now, like Travis said, you already are tapped in, but you just don't know. So there's things that you may do on an automatic type of thing, like breathing, your heartbeat, and blinking. You know what I'm saying? Your autonomic nervous system. But then there's other things that you have to do, hence rituals. Rituals are just an outward display of an inward action that generates a little bit more of a connection with your subconscious mind to actually bring something in the physical realm. So the whole thing is there's always a constant regeneration of individuals who are always magical. who always operate within a spectrum of doing something to somebody else. Like Travis said, I utilize and was and studied this vampiric magic as well, and the lifestyle as well. That is the most contradictory. It's the most. It's actually not even very useful, because, like you said, you're always out to get someone else. So you're always seeking a temporary thing when you can be like, you know what, it's good information and it was fun while it lasted. Let me go back and tap into the real source. So that's the whole thing. We got to go back and tap into that real source, and that also plays on the tree. That once you don't really understand your side or the, because it's really, of course, we know there's your side, but there's also a pathway from Malkuth that you got to go through to get there. So you got to go through Saturn. You got to go through this Saturnian energy to actually elevate above that type of thing. And then Isaac just said something good too, that knowing when the proper time to access or banish something as well too, because I think YESOD also has a Cancer, operates in the sign of Cancer as well as the moon. So when so you think about, if the full moon is in Cancer, then you can also utilize that to do your YESOD work.
Oh, so basically, if you work with your side, it'll basically help. It can basically be used to help you figure out and make your patterns more clear to you.
Mm-hmm.
It can be used in that way.
I think that I could rightly say that YESOD is the sphere of patterns, of etheric patterns. I believe that when the unfortunate is calling it the vision of the machinery of the universe, from my observations, the machinery of the universe are the cycles and the patterns. So these become evident in the sphere of YESOD.
You know what I noticed? Not to get off the subject, but what I noticed yesterday, trilogy came on yesterday, and of course I watched all of them, The Matrix, and I noticed the things we talk about in a lot of different movies. They explain it in the movies a lot easier when you know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Just like what we're talking about right now. If you look at certain movies such as The Matrix, it'll explain the same thing that we're talking about, but you can better understand. You get a better understanding of some. I know I do for some reason, depending on what the subject is.
Once the keys are in place, it all just is like, wow, this has been in my face the whole time. Once the keys are in place.
Yeah. Right.
Because like I said, the average person will come and see the movie and say, oh, that's cool, and then go back to their patterns. It's difficult to go back when you know more and you truly understand more. It's difficult to go back to those patterns. How can you continue going back to abusing yourself when you see it happening, when you understand why it's happening? How can you keep doing it?
You know something I just thought about with the position of YESOD. When you say, like, we was to add, if we was to re-add the Da'oth to the tree of life, that Da'oth will correspond to the position of YESOD. So I just had to, because I was just thinking about that. So it made me go back to read back here when it says, in the Yitzharatic text, the ninth path is called the pure intelligence because it purifies the emanations. So if you was to look at it, because we do got to look at this from a metaphysical aspect as well. So metaphysically, Da'oth was not destroyed. It just went back into a realm that's uncomprehensible to our intelligence. So the whole thing, so YESOD actually is the obverse side, say like the moon has an obverse side of dark that we don't necessarily know what's over there. We only see one position of the moon. So as it says here, it proves and corrects the designing of the representations, knowing that we know that the Da'oth was the original son of the tree of life before, quote unquote, the fall in the actual solar center of the tree became Tiphereth. So now, so I just thought about that. So those representations that are made actually pure and identifiable within the fourth dimension, because Yesod operates in the fourth dimension. Malkuth is in the third dimension. So once we go into that astral, being that we have that now balance and structure, we are not going to be caught in the illusionary aspects of what would be a da'ath or a clip off type of thing. So when you use like go back to the whole vampire or particular left hand path, those are actually illusionary paths.
Yeah.
So when we think about that, you have to seek the light. It's always about, or the golden dawn of self, or the regeneration, or the coming into the awakening. Anything that comes into an awakening is an act of a fire being purified, or purifying that aspect. Like taking gold and putting it in a fire and burning off the impure. Fire is light and also is heat, which makes it's a regeneration. So I just actually thought about that, and how the Yitzharitic text speaks about that. It disposes the unity with which they are designed without diminution and division. So things that are on the obverse side of Yesod, once you are tapped into that or working with that spear, you are now dealing with the actuality of truth and purity, because there is an averse side of unpure and untruthful things that can be utilized as well, because we know that once you go back, you keep going up, you go into Netzach. You deal with illusion. So you have a truthful pure side of illusion, and you also can have illusionary misleading side as well. So I just actually thought about that. What do you think about that, being with the da'af and the adversity, or the averse of that, if we look at it from that metaphysical type of perception, that it is the opposite side of that, of Yesod, being that it would be in that same lineup,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a pretty powerful recognition, if that's a word, recognition, because you do notice, Doth is supposedly gone, but when you look at a lot of the qualities of Yesod, you're seeing the same type of thing happen. And just like it's so easy to get lost in the endless potential of Da'ath, it's also very easy to get lost in the endless, I'll say for lack of a better word, illusion of Yesod. Because as Dion mentioned earlier, depending on what level you are at, or depending on how you manage your perception, it's easy to get carried away by the fantastical images of Yesod. And it's easy to get carried away by the fantastical images of Tiphereth. But it all depends on your ability to navigate. And one of the things that I think could be a fatal flaw of any magus or operator is to assume that you know it all, or to assume that you got it figured out. Because what happens is when you reach a realm of like Yesod or Tiphereth and you see these illusions, you take them at face value, right? But if you are a continual student, an eternal student, you understand that there's always more to the story. There's always something behind what you're actually seeing. Because in order to see a thing, it has to be modified, right? As the way that our networks work, when we perceive a sensation, it has to be filtered and filtered and filtered and filtered into something that we can understand. So to take that filtered end product at face value and assume that it's everything, that right there throws us completely off. And we find the same thing happening in Da'ath. We see the same thing happening in the Clip-Off. That's why those two spheres are so dangerous. But yeah, I think that's pretty powerful to recognize that they're actually extremely similar, to the point of maybe even being the same thing.
Yeah. And as you said, the word filter, it makes me think that, sometimes you got to clean a filter, or you have to change.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to change the filter.
Yeah.
And that's, even with a physical thing, you got to change you can't just put new oil in your car and not put a new oil filter in your car. So even with that, when I just think about that Da'ath may have been a dirty filter, That's why they call it the shell. So we cast, so we cast away that which is unable to be cleansed. And we also have to think, because we only have these words to use. So when we say cleanse, or when I just said cleanse or cast away or shell, we got to think abstractly of the meaning of these words. So because nothing is destroyed. When we go, but let's go to physics. Energy is neither lost nor destroyed.
Right.
It was just transformed into another form of its representation as a energy that did come from the limitless light from the Ein Sof. It came from there, so it's not gonna not be there anymore. That doesn't happen. So sometimes the filter needs to be clean. Hence, our body, sometimes we have to stop eating the pizza for a couple of months to or do some kind of a detox or whatever. Even with the mind, sometimes when you just said with the illusion, a lot of things, and as you're undergoing the process of reading psychology, that's something that really needs to be stressed for the student of the occult, that they need to study psychoanalysis. They need to study psychiatry so they can understand how they are operating on a psycho-spiritual level before they keep going in deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole. Because the illusionary states, once you don't understand or know how to differentiate the perception of illusion, you're now going to be dealing with getting yourself caught up in ego, because the illusion will now start feeding your ego. Because like we said earlier, there are actions and activities that operate within these tree and spiritual levels that you have no control over. And one thing that you will definitely lose control over is your ego. And once illusion gets a hold of your ego and your ego becomes inflated with all illusion, and you think you are the whatever it then made you think, there may not be no coming back from that. So that's the whole thing. So that's the whole detrimental side of understanding or being psychologically healthy with undertaking these type of studies. Some people are still in a religious mind state, and they just turn this information back into another form of Christianity, or they turn it into another form of Islamic ritual. So I just always, me personally, I always look at the obverse side. I know it's not just, it's like looking at this computer screen. You are on the other side of this illusion. I'm not actually seeing you. I'm seeing the particles of light that the computer system and the internet and the Wi-Fi has broken you all the way back down into your light electric magnetic composites, so that my internal eye can perceive who it thinks you look like on this computer screen. So that's the same thing. So we may see each other one way, but the other person may see us a whole different way based off of our perception. So the tree of life is just basically, once each individual, say, like, does the lesser pentagram ritual, and they see themselves as a giant looking down, being attached to Malkuth, everybody's perception is going to be totally different as they look back on their own individual tree state.
It's too the sun pentacles. I'm trying to think off the top of my head that you could use to help prevent that. Is it let me see if this book tells me.
It's good to hear from you, Miss Sophia.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, because I was thinking about you last week, because 2 weeks ago you was in the middle of all that smoke and fire that was going on
Yeah, and then it made me sick and I couldn't participate. So
Oh,
yeah. But yes, it's one of the seals of Solomon's. It's the sun. I think it's the sun, isn't it? That's supposed to help you from that ego. I don't have the right book.
one of the seals.
Yeah, just supposed to prevent you from, getting a big head.
Yeah, definitely Tiferet.
Yeah.
I definitely know that one of the what you would call the messianic seals would definitely probably be useful for
Oh
that,
yeah.
or any type of solar or sun seal to keep you
Yeah.
from being blinded.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I know I've had a powerful experience with that. I, in my ignorant days, I went to invoke the power of that particular seal of the sun, and hoping that it would make my physical appearance more attractive. What actually happened was the absolute opposite, and I completely didn't understand what happened. I really messed myself up, but I understood that it was about my ego. It was a direct lesson on what true beauty was, a direct lesson on how the ego can really cause you to misinterpret what's really going on with these mystical texts. And I'm very thankful for that particular lesson.
And that's what it is. We really need the ego is needed. It's a part of each and every one of us that is supposed to be there, but it's also a part of your psyche that actually needs to you have to consciously be aware of its operation, so you utilize it when it needs be, because the ego is actually your drive. It's actually what tells you that if you keep falling down, your ego is going to be able to get your ass back up. You know what I mean? If you don't have a strong ego, you're gonna be the person that's always, that's always let people walk over you, or people take advantage of you. Well, I don't know why I'm always nice, but people just mistreat me. That's because you don't let your ego pump your ass up sometimes to be like, listen here, the ego is the parent that tells the spoiled kid no. That's the whole thing. But the
You
but
have
the
to
ego
mention it.
the ego is also that out of control activity that will make you think that you are omnipotent or omniscient
Mhm.
over everything. You know, kind of like our the leader of the free world. He is
I
the
know.
complete, and that's why I'm happy. I'm thankful for the experience of that. So when people who are able and capable of thinking abstractly beyond the realm of a racial type of thing or something like that, you can look at this from a kabbalistic or a geomancia or a magical type of way, and be like, well, that's the outward representation of an out of control ego system, an out of control chakra system. You know what I mean? And we need that, because when we talk about these things, it always is philosophical and dreamy. We can't never give some sort of example. Be like, well, yo, look at the dude of the leader of the free world.
Yeah.
Malkuth out of control. You know, you know what I'm saying? So, but I think, going back to what you said, it is that, whatever seal that we use, because the seal is actually for us. There is no being in an outwardly dimension standing next to us in an etheric form that the seal actually keeps from coming in. The seal actually speaks to your internal DNA structure that helps you remember information that's primordial inside of you. That's ageless, countless information, the particles that exist. So once we look at these seals, or we continuously look at them, if you stare at them and then you close your eyes and you see that burned image of the seal within your inner eye, then you are remembering to take control of whatever 72 demonic force or whatever you want to be able to keep within its parameters.
You mentioned about how whenever we talk about this occult stuff, it's always very mystical and woo. And for some people, that actually keeps them away because it lacks a certain sense of practicality. But here in this book, in verse number 7, I think she reveals one of the most powerful keys in the whole book. And I'd like to read that and possibly discuss what exactly that key was. And I hope you guys were able to receive this as well. But number 7, she mentions, now be it well noted that all spheres operate according to their nature, and that nature cannot in any way be altered by any magical or miraculous influence, however powerful. We can only correct the designing of the representations. The things represented remain constant. The conditions of the material world cannot therefore be arbitrarily disposed of, even by the highest spiritual force, as is believed by those who pray to God to intervene on their behalf, healing their diseases or giving rain upon the earth. Neither can they any more be influenced by the most powerful wizard with his spells. The only approach to Malkuth is through YESOD, and the approach to YESOD is through Hod, where the representations are designed. Let us once and for all disabuse our minds of the idea that spirit can work directly upon matter. It never does so. Spirit works through mind, and mind works through the ether. And the ether, which is the framework of matter and the vehicle of the life force, can be manipulated within the limits of its nature, which are by no means inconsiderable. All miraculous and supernatural happenings, therefore, are brought about by the manipulation of the natural qualities of the ether. And if we understood the nature of the ether, we should understand the rationale of their production. We should no more attribute them to the direct intervention of God or to the activities of the spirits of the departed than we attribute nowadays the phenomena of combustion to the activities of phlogiston, which is a previous generation believed to be the active principle of fire, whose presence or absence determined whether a given substance would burn or not. There are men living today who learnt about phlogiston in their school days and who have seen the change of thought come about. Equally, the day will come when men will look upon the psychic phenomena and spiritual healing as we look upon phlogiston. So the powerful thing of this verse really happened early on, about halfway. She mentioned how spirit does not act directly upon matter, right? We operate, spirit operates through our mind, and our mind controls the body. The body manipulates matter. So what's happening here is that we're accessing cosmic forces through images that our mind utilizes. And the influence of these energies through the images that our mind utilizes then cause us to make decisions to perform with our physical body. In other words, yes, magic is the alteration of physical landscape by our will, but that doesn't mean the will bypasses using your body. Mind accesses data, cosmic data, and that data that we receive, we make the decision to utilize our bodies to move the world, to go along with our intent. So while Hollywood and people who don't know as much can go on thinking that, oh, if I just do this spell, things will magically work, and then they can have hit or miss results, those of us who are in the know with experience understand that, yes, we do utilize these cosmic forces, but there has to be an element of physical work that has to be done to connect the two.
Mm-hmm. And that's what makes a 0 point. The ether has to come in. And when you think about it, like it says, the ether, the only matter is mind, or the physical composition of the mind is what we can find in anatomy is called the brain. Mm-hmm. So once the brain, mind, and ether come together, That right there is the Big Bang. That's what you
Right.
call Eureka. That is the idea. And once the idea comes about, now you sit in contemplation and you become the architect. You now take it to the trestle board and you begin, like you said, you begin the work.
Yes.
And I think, and I just thought about this, another abstract thought is just like how we utilizing technology. It's not the actual fact that we're seeing each other, it's the actual fact that we're actually hearing each other. And whatever mental atmospheric perception or feeling that we get from the information is what drives us to pursue it even further, because it's the feeling of the information that's either going to make you want to keep going or not keep going. It's not necessarily, it's just like I always smile when I see you take out a book from the package and you always go and you rub it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not that you're feeling it, the actual book, it's you acknowledging what's inside of that thing. So it's a mental thing. You already feel something valuable in this book. So that's just like I tell my daughters, it's not what somebody else says about you. It's about how you make yourself feel about what's being said. You set the value for yourself. Nothing else sets the value for you. We only set the value on stupid things like these freaking phones and the price of these MacBooks and all of this type of stuff. But the actual mental power, which now can be valued because you can monetize your thoughts and
Yes.
get paid to be a person who gives information. So it's just, this is just some powerful stuff, man. And it makes me think. I was listening to Miss Blue, and she was saying that I believe her name is Miss Blue. She's always had Brother Panic on there on her show all the time, and she said that it wasn't your grandparents or your mothers and them's responsibility to know particular information, because that wasn't their mission. Their mission was to be what their mission was. It's now our mission. All of us that's in this chat and all of the people who are on YouTube, that's your mission now. You are the one that came to this incarnation to do this. It wasn't your grandmother's mission. It wasn't your grandfather. So we can't knock them like, well, my grandmother was this devout Christian and, they blinded me with the white man slave. No, that was a part of their experience. That wasn't yours. So now you're here to actually, as you said, to magically change what you just read, and you can reread it because I probably can't find it. It says that you don't change something, but you redo it. What did you? How did you said it? Just read it. Oh, correct the designing of the representations. So it's our position, us now, to correct the designing of the representation / misrepresentations.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't nobody else's job to do that. That's your job. That's my job. That's Travis's job. It's Jason's job. That's Isaac's job. That's your job to correct the misrepresentations of whatever you want to call your generational curses. So to use a phrase, I don't necessarily use that phrase, but I use it because it's identifiable. We've all heard it before. Right. And a generational curse is nothing but generational error. So it takes a generation to correct the erroneous representations of the magical systems that's always existed. It wasn't never taken away. It just became occult. It became hidden to the perception of those who, throughout their evolutionary process and their demise, sometimes in their evolutionary process, it was hidden from them. because people, like I said, there's always a societal group or temple workers operating against those who they know through the bloodlines are going to awaken the God consciousness or the Messiah complex within their own self. So they won't need a Judaic messianic savior. They become their own disciple, guru, whatever else, and that all correlates with each sphere on the tree. That's why they give it these magnificent names and these magnificent pathways. And then the actual spheres themselves, or Sephiroth, is a pathway, you know.
Yeah, as you were speaking, it's just so funny, Travis and also Shango. It's my mind went back. I always go back from when I was a little girl, and when I started when I noticed things like going to church, because I went to Baptist church, I went to Catholic church, Catholic school, and you still had to go to mass on Friday, and just did that, the whole Bible Belt thing, and I would, and I would get constantly in trouble in Sunday school, constantly in trouble in school, because I would ask certain things, and I would just ask questions that I wasn't supposed to ask, and I was just supposed to go along with the show.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden it just comes back in my 20s and everything, when especially around the age of 23, 24, then there was a real big like push up against the wall, and and I stopped celebrating Christmas because I said, okay, wait a minute, they run up your credit cards, so you can work all year long to pay them off, to and I started noticing the pattern, and then it's like I said, why am I in public? Something just hit me all of a sudden. What is bothering me about public? So I go and I look in my I go and I look in my etymology book and find out it's public means a place of the ignorant.
Wow. Wow.
It just hit me. I was just walking down the street. I said, I'm really bothered about being in public. And I'm just like, I looked in the dictionary, wasn't, and then I looked in the thesaurus, then I looked in my etymology, and it was like, oh, now why did that just hit me like that, So, I mean, it is all about, there's that etheric thing. It just, I don't know, maybe I was out in the sun and I download and then it just hit me the next day. I don't know. That happens to me a lot, though. A whole lot.
I'm gonna have to look that up because I need to include that in my next series. The public is the place of the ignorant. If you remember where you found that, please send it to me because I'm gonna have to look that up.
Oh, it's a etymology book.
Okay.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Give me a screenshot or something because that'll be incredibly useful.
Public school, public parking.
The public opinion.
The public opinion is the opinion of the ignorant.
Don't you love learning? You know what I mean? You learn. There we go. Let's look up public. They got actually the adjective and then they got a noun.
Do you got
There we go. The adjective of the word public comes from the late 14th century, open to general observation, from Old French public, circa 1300, and directly from Latin publicus, of the people, of the state, done for the state, also common, general, public, ordinary, vulgar,
Vulgar.
And as a noun, commonwealth, public property, altered, probably by influence of Latin pubes, adult population. So basically now, see that right there, once they threw in that one word vulgar,
Yeah.
they hit it with all the other stuff.
Yeah. In my etymology book, it tells the history about it was about the Greek the peasants, and then they would make like dirty limerick songs, you know, and so they were called, and it was the music of the peasants. It was the I can't remember off the top of my head. I can't think where I put that book either. Pablonic. It has Pablonic or Pablonic or something like that, and it was the music of the ignorant, the dirty limerick country folk, you know, of the Greek, you know, and it's so that's why it means it's the language of the idiot, the place of the ignorant.
Damn.
So there you go, vulgar. They hid it behind vulgar. Yeah.
Interesting. And I know maybe immediately a lot of people may not connect these dots, but this really relates to the science of memetics and a lot of what was talked about in that book, Memetic Magic, in specific, where he mentions the root social matrix, which is basically the general public. And because of the simplicity of group think and the need to be a part of a herd mentality, it's so much easier to manipulate the masses because they're all thinking on one accord. And this one accord isn't even individual thought. It's thought that's given to the root social matrix. Thoughts, customs, and ideas that are given to the general public. So since these ideas are given, people identify with these things. And whatever you identify with, once it's changed, you change with it. So for example, if I had to identify with any group or any set of ideals or anything set in stone like that, whoever's in control of that thing by default adjusts how I identify with myself. So when it speaks of the public as being ignorant, it's funny at first because we think, haha, stupid people, but ignorant, if we look at the definition of ignorant even, it deals more with someone that simply doesn't know.
Someone doesn't know. Right.
So again, we get to know thyself because otherwise someone else does know you. And again, dealing with the root social matrix and the general public, when something manipulates that general public, by default, it manipulates everyone that identifies with it. We see that with movies and pop culture and all this stuff. What are they manipulating exactly? The patterns and the cycles. I mean, you know,
they did that.
Certain males, we know when, you know, the next big game is going to happen in the particular games of every year. We know for a fact we're going to be paying attention to those games. Our eyes are going to be locked on the screen, watching those people, you know, run the ball up the court or tackle and all the stuff that sports people do. But what we're not paying attention to is that these moments in time are prime time for people to buy advertisements to, you know, sell to those people whose attention are locked onto that particular cycle.
They're sucking our energy.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, they are. That's one. Yeah, and
Oh.
and also too, that's that at those particular times or times that you could be utilizing those energies to do whatever ritual you need to do, but you're distracted from that because you want to watch the, you know, game.
Most definitely. Definitely. Those times can be utilized for self-development. But one thing about energy that we even talked about earlier was how on one hand, it can be useful to, you know, I guess, suck someone's energy, but we find that it's even more useful to direct energy that's already present. So if little old me can find out that vampiric magic is borderline useless in the light of, say, Kabbalistic magic, I think the people that have massive amounts of money have realized the same thing. And what I see happening is when that attention is focused in one spot, it's easy to direct that attention into a place that would benefit you as a business person. So hence why it's so expensive to run an advertisement during those prime times, because they know that once that attention is diverted to a particular place, that means a lot of money is going to be made. Money can be equated to our energy. It's a symbolic representation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess if you're spending all your money on a particular product in a way, that is someone else sucking your energy, right?
Exactly.
One of the key things I did want to really focus on in this chapter was the idea and the concept that the way that we work with these energies on the tree is through the forms that we give them. For example, in verse number 8, she says, "It is not the form which confines the life, but the life that determines the form." So even though we work with different entities as a focal point for working with energies, it's not that the form that we give it confines that energy, but it's us that gives the energy form. So our role as an active participant in this magic is crucial to understand, because otherwise we think that we just have to play by the rules that we're given.
Like what Panic was saying, like, don't do become prosperity, right? Kind of saying the same thing, right? That's what I'm getting.
Yeah,
Like you say, you have to become this, you have to become that.
You have to become it, as opposed to just talk about it and wish for it and hope it, right? That's one thing that he said that reminds me of that verse. And another thing that he said that reminds me of that is this whole concept of doing things in your own way, right? Now, I don't think he necessarily meant, learn a few key words and just wing it. I think a better way to look at it is to actually at least get an overarching view of how the system works and then begin to adapt that system to work for you. So it does take a little bit of studying how things are done by a particular group, but understanding that you don't have to be locked in that set of ways. It's better to see how a certain group does a thing and to observe what the underlying intent of their structure is. And once you find that underlying intent, then you adapt it for your own circumstances. And in verse 10, she also, to continue on this force and form aspect, she talks about how the capacity of the astral ether can be molded into form by the mind. And that the capacity of the astral ether to hold the molecules of dense matter in its mesh-like lines of tension as in a rack of pigeonholes. So again, that is to further elucidate what she said in 8. It is not the form which confines the life, but the life that determines the form. So our role as the observer is crucial in orchestrating how this energy has an effect and an impact on physical reality. And also number 14, she's talking about how YESOD does relate to the subconscious mind. And what she says here about halfway through is, YESOD considered by itself is unquestionably the sphere of illusion. Because the treasure house of images is none other than the reflecting ether of the earth sphere and corresponds in the microcosm to the unconscious of the psychologists, filled with ancient and forgotten things, repressed since the childhood of the race. The keys that unlock the doors of the treasure house of images and enable us to command its denizens are to be found in Hod, the sphere of magic. It is truly said in the mysteries that no degree becomes functional until one has taken the next. Anyone who tries to function as a magician in YESOD soon learns his error, for although he can perceive the images in the treasure house, he has no word of power which with to command them. And remember what she said about words of power in the chapter dealing with Tifereth. If you have the book, that's on page 191. But just as a quick segue about the words of power, she talked about how on verse 71 in Tifereth, it is popularly believed that names of power exercise direct influence over spirits, angels, demons, and such like, but this is not so. The name of power exercises its influence upon the magician, and by exalting and directing consciousnesses, enables him to get into touch with the chosen type of spiritual influence. Yeah.
Oh, so that's basically invocation.
Yes, but listen to what she said about that. The word of power, it isn't so much a magic word that has been passed down from generation to generation that has power over demons and spirits. That's silly. There's no word that just inherently has power over these entities, because we think about language, right? This stuff wasn't even conceived of when English was here. So that's out the picture. What she's talking about is how these words trigger memory, whether those memories are feelings or concepts or whatever. The words of power are symbols that we use to pull up something in the unconscious mind. There are words that I can say to you that mean nothing to you, but can entirely transition me from state to state, like driving in a car or a road trip.
So
you got to build up your power, build up power, your emotionalism, in order to make those words work.
Yes. Just like we talked about in Tifereth, these words should be utilized, and how to know that you're utilizing them properly is because you're actually invoking states with these words, and those states build up a memory. So when you use that power, you can invoke that state.
Is that when like you have to like vibrate the words? And it's like the vibration of the words of when you're like saying like yo, hey, bye, like that. Mm-hmm. Is that what you're explaining?
But the myth of that is that the word by itself contains power, right? Now people can theorize that, oh, the mystical vibration of the word excites the molecules in your aura, and that causes this and that and the third to happen. Well, how come that doesn't happen for everyone, right? And it can be argued, oh, you're not vibrating it right. It has to be vibrated. But no one can practically explain what that means. So in other words, that's just a scapegoat way of explaining off something that works for some and doesn't work for others. But in truth, words of power relate to psychology. These words are supposed to trigger memories and states.
Excuse me, iCloud storage is full.
Thanks, Maxine. You were going to say something, KP?
Yeah, I was going to say, so it's like those words work kind of like when you have a sigil, like it's your own, and it's like the intent that you put behind it. It's like the intent that you have put behind it, like in the etheric realm.
Absolutely.
Is that? That's yeah.
Because we've got, in order for magic to work best for us, we've got to expand our definitions on what things mean. When we speak of a sigil, most of the time we just think of a few scribbles on a piece of paper, right? But a symbol is just an image. We think of the visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, and gustatory ways that our consciousness interprets reality, which means a sigil or a symbol can be something visual, something auditory, something kinesthetic, something gustatory, something olfactory. How many times have you smelled something and it took you back to a memory?
Yeah.
That's a sigil. Right?
So you can use that feeling that you have and like program it to whatever you want it to To be.
Scientifically, psychologically, that's called anchoring. But yes, that's the premise. To be able to elicit states through the use of simple symbols or sigils. That's what denotes a word of power. So the vibration of a word, like yod, hey, vow, hey, that's supposed to trigger concepts in the mind that puts you into a particular state. And it's within that state that you're able to access power. Does that make sense? And this is why you practice the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram repeatedly, because even in doing so, you naturally begin to elicit moods and states associated with that ritual. But that can be said for any ritual. This is why you must practice magic as opposed to just reading about it, theorizing about it. As you practice magic, as you practice ritual, you're building a library of experiences. And as you build that library, you can condense certain experiences into words of power. Me working with Andras over and over and over and over and over again, I've developed a library of experiences, and I can invoke those states associated with that library by specific words or sigils. And this can be done with any entity in existence. How many people go into that church, which in itself is a sigil, because as soon as they walk through those doors, they enter a state. But what happens before they walk into the doors of that church? They wake up on Sunday morning and they put on their Sunday best, right? That's the kinesthetic and the visual sigil. They're invoking a certain energy. They're getting church ready. They get in the car, they listen to the radio, the gospel, they're talking to each other. And as soon as they reach the church grounds, oh, brother, God is good. How you doing, sister? The states are elicited in everybody. They're now in a special place. And this happens every Sunday, regardless of what you were doing Saturday night, right? Or throughout the week. Same process. When we read certain books and perform certain rituals or do certain things, the intention is to create states of power that we can use for our purposes. Because the same type of magic is happening when you go to church and they start playing that. Remember that melody, doom 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 doom. That rising bass line that makes you get up and clap your hands and kick your feet and thrash around, incurring the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit. And this isn't to say that anything is good or bad, that church is bad or deceptive or anything like that. It's the same exact process. We're just calling one deity this and another deity that. They're still invoking the same types of energy. Within Christianity, Tifereth is present in Christ. Chesed is present. Kether is present. YESOD is present. All these things are present.
That was beautifully explained. Thank you. You had me laughing there. Great.
Yep, that was very good.
Thank you. But that's the point that I'm trying to make here, that we have to expand our definitions of certain terms and concepts. Like we mentioned earlier, we do these things all the time, every day. We're just unaware of it. And if we're able to pay attention to patterns in general, even the patterns that happen in places that we don't like, whether it's church or politics, if you pay attention to these patterns, we can begin to recognize these powers at work.
You know why I
I'm
think
sorry.
it's
I'm sorry. What did I miss? I had
to
to take this phone call.
go through that, to get to that point with YESOD.
Say that again?
I'll say, I think a lot of people make it hard, or they don't realize that it is a hard path with YESOD to really reach that level of understanding. And that's why when you look at the Hebrew letter that's assigned to that path to get there is the Tau, or the cross of suffering. So it takes you across that, like I said earlier, that Saturnian type of energy that you have to break away from your normal perception, from all the way that you have always perceived that if somebody says something this way, that's the definitive way that it is. You have to now You cannot go into the fourth dimension with a third dimensionary mind state. You cannot apply the same rules from Malkuth in the Sephira of YESOD. It's not going to happen. YESOD it's the astral realm. So the way that we think on Malkuth is not the same way, you know, that it's going to be perceived in YESOD. So just the way that you explained it was perfectly stated that it's the changing of our definitions, the way that we define things that will raise our consciousness up to a different particular level. This is why when you deal with the Qabalah, this is why they all have a different deity name.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have, you know, Elohim, EIE, and then you have El Chai. These are particular that what we consider the most high or the undifferentiated being of consciousness expresses his essence in different definitions on different realms of existence. He's not going to be the Almighty in every particular realm. He's going to be the Father in one. He's going to be the Mother in the other. So this is why we got to get out of even that defining what we call God as only a man from a man perspective. That was a religious philosophy of man to only make it man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's why when you go into, that's why you gotta actually, and you can't throw away the baby with the bathwater or throw the Bible away when you deal with Qabalah, because everything in the Qabalah deals with the book of Genesis. Every Sephirah is lined up to a particular scriptural passage in the first chapter of Genesis. So even when you deal with that, then when you deal with Adam, you know, being first created, this you got to deal with androgyny. There's a whole lot of different things that you have to deal with. So a lot of people, they're just in that particular mind state that's closed. They cannot think abstractly enough to expand their definitions and get rid of the particular things that they've always been used to.
It's difficult. And you know, this gets to when we were talking about the public, and a little bit earlier on this talk when we were talking about patterns and in relation to the matrix, how the majority doesn't want to be awakened because it's extremely uncomfortable. Why is it uncomfortable? Because it's very difficult to grasp on to any sense of certainty or predictability. In other words, we're constantly seeking patterns to adhere to. And the occult is a process of breaking patterns until you see the unity in all things. We're looking at a system of patterns in order to break pattern reliance. It sounds contradictory, but this is how this particular type of wisdom is gained. You study the pattern until it dissolves, and then you look at it again with new eyes. You have to continually recreate and destroy yourself. You have to continually recreate and destroy your perception on reality. That's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah. And I believe that great work is done. Like I said, that's why it's such a, just to use the word, it's such a genius system, the Qabalah. And that's why that very first path is the path, you know, the 30-second path. That you are going to have to, you're gonna have to suffer. You're gonna have to go through pain. And that's why when you deal with a lot of people don't, you know, they've never gone through initiations. A lot of initiations deal with pain. A lot of our African spiritual systems deal with burning, deal with fire, dealing with scarification, especially when you're dealing with Palo Mayumba, you got to be scratched. And for those who don't know, you're gonna have to receive some sort of markings that are going to first identify you as being a part of someone who belongs to an initiatory system, and it's going to trigger your subconscious. Your subconscious works very well with trauma. This is why in masonry, you actually have to die to become a third degree master mason. You are going to have to become Hiram Abiff, and I've gone through the process. They're gonna have to knock you in your head, and you're gonna have to be buried in a shallow grave, and then you're gonna be resurrected perpendicular on the square. And so now you're gonna know who you are. You're not gonna know the word, but you're gonna know who you are. And that's the whole thing, that going through that underworld, that we think it's always going down. It's not always going into the basement. Sometimes you got to go into the attic. You got to go into the attic and clean the bats in the belfry. You're gonna have to go through the spider webs and shit that you didn't necessarily want to deal with. We think we got it all together because we outwardly have all the things that make it look real good, but internally we're in shambles. So sometimes you got to go into that, and you're gonna have to go hang that shit on the cross. You're gonna have to sacrifice, because that was the whole Kabbalistic story of the dying Messiah. You have to sacrifice yourself to bring about something new, and no one else is gonna like that shit.
Yeah. Again, with the death and the rebirth.
Rebirth, exactly.
The phoenix.
And a lot of people don't want to go through the rebirth because, like I said, it's painful. It's like childbirth.
And what is death but the breaking of form, right? From what we learned about in Binah, she's the giver of life and consequently the giver of death.
I've never given.
Is everybody left? Is that just me? I think Django froze.
Yeah. Well, that's what the shadow work is for, to prepare you for all that, right?
It's to prepare you for all that, and it's also to, start that process of breaking, right?
Yeah, right.
Because in the shadow that we're working in is where all of these collective patterns exist, right? Because these patterns are unconscious. Why is it that whenever I see a happy couple, it makes me upset? I have to analyze. Oh, it's because I haven't had a relationship like that. Or anytime I think of a relationship, it always ends badly. So whenever I see someone in a relationship, it reminds me of it. Got to go into the shadow work and deal with that. Why is it that whenever I see a particular person that fits a description, I get scared, or maybe I feel inherently submissive or something like that? It deals with something that happened in childhood. These reactions that happen instantly, they all have root in the subconscious, in the unconscious. They all have a root in childhood. And these or what we call the shadow.
Yeah.
I'm having computer issues.
Okay.
Is Trav frozen?
Am I frozen?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're,
Can you see me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Duran said he didn't receive the link, so I'm sending it to him now. Oh, I haven't been on Instagram in a week, so all these notifications are dreadful. I'm one of those people that if I see a bunch of, if my inbox gets too filled, then I don't want to go into it. Anybody feel that way?
no, I'm completely ignorant on social media. I need to do something about that.
Even with email, have you ever had like your email inbox get so full that it's like, I don't even want to open.
Yeah,
That's my problem, is emails.
yeah, that's my problem too. And I don't know how I get so much junk email too. I just like, how'd they get my number? And I constantly, cancel it, but it still pops back on there again. I'm like, gosh.
Lord.
Trav, have you heard of Sandy Anastasi?
That name sounds familiar, but nothing comes to mind.
She deals with the Qabalah, and I actually came across a tree that she has put together, and with each path, she has them correlated with each particular sign. Because with I'm just looking, I'm looking at the regular tree, but it deals with the tarot. Oh, hold on. I think my camera's off. I was gonna show a picture. I don't know if I'm having issues with my camera right now or what, but I'm outside, so I think that I don't even see myself, so I don't even know if it's working. Is my camera off?
It's off. Can you, I guess maybe turn it back on?
Let me see. I don't know.
Last name Shergo.
I don't
Sandy.
know. Anastasi. But she has the path, say like path 32, of course, is dealing with Saturn, and she has it as dealing with Earth. And then path 31 that goes from Malkuth to Had, it deals with Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. So what I found interesting about what she said is once you know these paths and once you know all the signs of these paths, you know what particular path resonate and vibrates with your particular energy. So say like being that since I'm a Sagittarius, then path I would need to work on, or I really need to understand path 31. And if anybody is like a path 29, then that's Pisces, Jupiter, and then she also has it. It's a water path, and then and path 31 is a fire path, and so on and so forth. And when dealing with YESOD, we know as with when you look at Tippereth pretty much you see how many paths connect to Tippereth. And then when you look at YESOD, you see it's important to know the particular paths that connect. That is the center of what we call that's the lower realm. So with these particular pathways and the signs, I just wanted to say, have you come across that, and what do you think about that? Knowing, basically, knowing yourself, knowing your sign, and equivalating your parts of your psyche and things to the past. What do you think about that?
I haven't personally worked with that approach, but I do remember you mentioning something about it a bit earlier on, a few weeks ago. I haven't experimented with that myself, but that would make so much more sense. How when you look at your own natal chart and you got these different planets and different, places, if you were to line that up on the tree of life. So I've
Yeah.
only looked at Gemini, my sun sign, and how that path correlates with my life. I haven't looked at the others.
So Gemini, let me see. Gemini,
Yeah, I'm Gemini too.
you would deal with you deal with the 17th pathway. That's an air pathway, and of course, in the tarot, that's the lover's path.
Yeah.
Why that card keeps popping up?
So, like I said, I'm doing a lot. I like tarot. I like cosmogony. I like natal charts, and I like Qabalah. So I'm just putting all of those together because basically they're all one and the same thing. It's all this big cosmic journey, and then of course we're dealing with the colors as well. So when you take your path of Gemini, you're going from Bina to Tippereth. So when you deal with Bina, the color black, Bina also deals with Saturn, Aquarius, and Capricorn.
Mm-hmm.
Tippereth is yellow, and of course that deals with the sun, and that deals with Leo. So it's just a whole plethora.
Did you say path 17?
Path 17.
Yeah, okay. That, you know what? That's really something else because I was working really hard with Saturn yesterday.
That's the lover's path. And of course that path 17 crosses through path 19, which is the lust path. So when so if you really
What?
so if you find yourself, or you have ever found yourself within those type of situations, that might be the reason why right there. And also Gemini deals with the sphere of Had. So of course we know that, we can break these numbers down too. That's what, deal with gematria. So if you take 17 and, you can deal with 8. So now when you deal with, 17 is the path that's Gemini, 7 plus 1 is 8. 8 is Gemini, Had. So you can see how these things play out. And like, I always tell Travis, I said it before, this thing, the more you peel this stuff back, it just keeps going on and on and on and on. It never stops. You're never gonna come to an ending. It's just like we're coming to the ending of the mystical Qabalah, but that doesn't mean we're coming to the end of our mystical Kabbalistic journey. This here as a student, and we are initiates because as we're reading this, we're self-initiating ourselves. We're as what's called the path of self-deification. We're becoming our own deity. We're initiating our own selves into this stuff. We don't. There's no more Golden Dawn temples. They may have it, but once them guys passed away, Israeli Rigaldi and Mathers and even Dion Fortune, them things was defunct once they started their own stuff and they left. So we have to bring that. Actually, we have to, either we bring it back to life as a group or organization, or we bring it back to life on our own. But I just found that real interesting once I started looking into each of these pathways with the signs and the numerical symbolism, and then of course dealing with the Hebrew as well. Yeah, and I looked at the question, how it does do with Mercury? Hot, orange, Mercury, Virgo, and Gemini. So those are all the signs that deal with that. If you actually look up Sandy Anastasia and you go to her website, she deals with path working. You know, that's something that I really find interesting. I really enjoy studying that path working in the tree of Qabalah. So she might be able to help, you know, some people with that.
You know, just reading the whole journey of just reading Diane Fortune, having to get used to her writing, and everything. It exercised a muscle in my brain, a part of my brain. I mean, it's just yeah, I'm probably never going to be done with this for the rest of my life. So gosh, it's amazing stuff.
And you actually won't. That's why in the traditional Judaism religion, an individual, especially the men, because like you know, it's a male thing in certain religions, that they were taught the Zohar and the Torah their whole life. Strenuous lessons of the Torah, strenuous lessons of the Zohar. And then when they reached the age of 40, they were usually taken somewhere by an elder or and they used to make these little sand things like a sandbox, and they would draw the actual symbol of the tree of life, and they would tell them to meditate upon that. And then that's why, because it was never written down, because particular through evolution, we know the Roman Catholic Church and other different type of things, they were against this stuff. With Kabbalah is actually always been a magical system, because once you really begin to utilize Kabbalah, you could actually change your physical reality. You can actually change the physical reality of everything around you. So if you don't have a particular maturity level, that's why they had to wait to a certain age. They had to study the young men to make sure that they reached the maturity level, because all of them they wasn't taught the Kabbalah, because that's a hidden system. They had to reach a maturity level to make sure that they understood what they was dealing with, because they can become a rogue with that information and go around and be fucking up all kind of, excuse my language, go around and be tearing up all kind of stuff. This is why when you deal with entertainment, far as television, music, movies, that's why the Jewish individuals control that, because they control those systems, and the banking system and the jewelry system. They control those things with Kabbalah. They control it with magic. You can go to New York City, the Jewish Hasidic Jewish community got their own world. They don't even, the police department, they have no police department that comes into the Hasidic Jewish community, because they police themselves. They actually do rituals. They walk around the blocks of their buildings, reciting particular shadi or prayers or invocations to keep their areas protected. So we're actually studying a system of ancient magic that once we start using it practically, you won't be the same individual that you are today. You could transform your whole life instantaneously. That's why they don't want people to learn this type of stuff, and that's why it had to become an occult or hidden system.
Yes.
And just for the women out there, I'm gonna throw this in. Also, when you deal with YESOD, one of the 10 arch devils, as they call it, is Lilith. You know, so I know a lot of women love Lilith. You know, who's actually, you know, a goddess of the moon, and her cat, as we see, we have her cat right here, also correlates with Lilith. So she definitely should love the path of YESOD.
Oh yeah. Lilith.
I don't mess with Lilith now because of my work. I don't I don't know, I don't need any of my male clients being attracted to me.
Really help that though?
Well, that comes with the territory, you know.
Really does.
And I don't, you know, so that's like maybe later on, because I'm trying to switch careers right now, because all this stuff, the pandemic and stuff like that, it's all planned. I know that. I know, but I know that this is also a part of my path to utilize other gifts that I have. So and that way I'm kind of like more, I don't have to deal with people on such an emotional level right now, you know. And if I the next path, that the next business I'm trying to develop into, and then, you know, it'll be more it will be different, you know. There'll be a buffer, you know. But with the work that I do now, I already have problems with people getting attached to me and things like that, and I have to be very careful. So working with Lilith, no, I can't do that now, but I plan to one day.
The interesting thing about entities is that we don't work with them when we're ready. They work with us even if we aren't ready.
That's true. I must say, I do work with Lily, and yeah, no, she's in control, man. I mean, when you think that you don't, she's up there calling you. So yeah, Lily, it's just that. Lily doesn't have to be always sexual and attraction.
Oh,
You
I know that. I know that.
You can
Right.
definitely have Lily up there. She will be the top commander of the shit get done.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
She's a primordial power, like no different than Durga or Kali, the primordial a primordial mother.
Yeah, I work with Durga.
If you really want to get down to it, Lilith is really no different from Isis as well. They're one and the same. If you do your research, you'll see that to be true.
Okay.
See, the thing about the feminine entities is, I mean, take my words how you want, but from what I've seen, damn near all of the female entities are the same entity under a different face. Every single one. The more that you research their origins and their qualities, they start to blend into one another.
You're right.
Like Oshun and Lakshmi.
All the feminine entities are the same one.
Okay.
Primordial mother.
I challenge you to prove that to yourself, or better yet, to disprove that.
You know, there's particular tantric rituals, and there's one of them. Of course, the word has 50 letters in it, so I'm not going to try to pronounce it. But pretty much the initiate priest, they go through it's a sexual ritual that lasts maybe about an hour, and he worships the woman in her physical form as all the deities in the feminine pantheon, and
I've
it
heard of
says
that.
that he recognizes in the yoni of this woman who is the goddess mother, that all the deities exist within her yoni. So that right there, by that, and that's an ancient text, and of course I'm ad-libbing it. That right there lets you know that, as Travis said, every single feminine, female, goddess, god, whatever we want to label it, are all one and the same. Because when you look at the night sky, that is the womb that holds all of the stars. That's why they use noon or nut, that at night the sun enters the mouth of Nut, and as you see it in the Kemetic artwork, she's always arched over Geb. Geb is symbolic of the earth, which is also symbolic of Mount Kuth, that her body is arched over, and when you look inside of her abdomen, she has the underworld symbolism, and all the different deities are inside of her, and the sun goes through her, travels through her at night, and then she gives birth to the morning star every morning. So the woman is actually it is the most powerful physical entities that exist within the planet, and that's another reason why religious systems always sought to dominate her or degrade her or keep her under the rule of man, because once the woman comes to the higher consciousness of herself and lives out the freedom as Lilith, who's not going to submit to none of that bullshit, they know that once that happens, it's all over. That's another reason why they don't want female presidents and stuff like that. Well, first of all, America's a Masonic country, and Masons don't sit in lodges that women, or a woman cannot be a worshipful master in ancient lodge systems. That's one. And then secondly, they know that the woman has the power of intuition, influence, and very powerful with the magic of enchantment. If a man even thinks he's going to get something from a woman, he'll give up everything that he owns. Just thinking he might get something. And never get it. And you can read the history books on that, so it's just that, like Travis said, that, the woman's force is all it has all the deities that exist within them.
With all that I've been learning about neurolinguistic programming, I wish that I had the time and the availability to work with a particular female, because, man, there's a lot of money to be made, even working on, like, say, a platform like OnlyFans, where you don't have to really divulge anything, but there's particular psychological ways that tie into what you just said. A man can just think that he's about to get something, and just, give it all away in the promise. And it can be in such a way that he won't even feel cheated. But, I'm not.
And that's why we should never look down on the strip club. You got to think about, before they were called strippers, they were called courtesans. Courtesans were very refined women, or geisha. The geisha were very necessary. Those were the original psychologists. These is where princes and governors and different men of esteem would go to, and were able to get shit off of their chest and get a rub down.
Be vulnerable.
And they can be vulnerable, exactly. And it didn't have to turn out that you gonna get no yoni. You just was happy to sit in a room with this beautiful woman, listening to every word that you got to say, and she was attentive to you, and she paid attention, and you got some grapes and some wine was up in there. You know what I mean? So like you just said, if a person knows how to work that, then you have a, and that was the importance of the Golden Dawn organization that made it important at that time too, is because they didn't separate it from the woman. They had women were very important in the system of the Golden Dawn, and that's why, and I'll use things like the Nation of Islam, the Moorish Science Temple, all of these. Okay, all of these different particular systems, the woman is always a secondary aspect of these groups, which is not a good thing at all.
No, one thing that you'll also notice, she talked about this in the chapter on Netzach, and she'll also mention it in Malkuth, where she talks about the importance of these places like the strip clubs, or as they were called back then, the burlesque clubs.
Burlesque, yeah.
She talks about how the Masonic lodges were meant to worship the masculine energy, and these burlesque clubs were meant to worship the feminine energy. They both represent their respective strengths, so nowadays we've got a lot of people fighting for this feminist movement, and it misleads a lot of people because observers put their own definition on what these movements stand for, but when you look at the pure essence of these energies, you'll see that they serve different functions for a purpose of balance, not necessarily a purpose of dominance or submission, but of a balance. But in any case,
and that right there, that very reality shows the grand scheme of off balance within our existence upon this planet. Exactly. Is that the off balance is eliminating the woman from power, eliminating the woman from being equal. And that's the whole science of the chessboard. The most powerful piece on the chessboard is the queen. The king is old. The king is not a youthful king anymore on the chessboard. That's why he only moves one piece at a time. And he's actually so weak, he has to be protected by everybody else. And the queen is fiery. She moves at any length and as long as far as she wants to on the chessboard. So she's very dangerous. And she's the only piece that you get back first once you reach the other side. So the whole thing is the queen is very mystical, is very powerful on the chessboard. And how many squares are on the chessboard? It's like 72 squares.
Oh.
You got it.
Oh my goodness.
So you see how this thing is always hidden, man.
Uh-huh.
Here's the thing about the feminine energy and the masculine energy. It's very easy, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but it's very easy for most people to go ahead and assume, in light of these facts, that the feminine energy and entity is the end-all be-all, most powerful. Oh, the woman is God. Well, if that was the case, then there wouldn't be a masculine entity. There wouldn't be any balance. The reason that masculinity over the years had to subdue and oppress the feminine energy is because of the inherent insecurity that comes with being the king on the board. Although he is a symbol of power and the symbol of the essence of the whole team, he's very weak. He can be destroyed very easily. So with the insecurity that comes with that, he has to manipulate the concept of the feminine, of the queen. Because as you said, even on the board, the queen is notably the most powerful in her action.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, if the queen dies, she can be replaced if the strategy is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the strategy come from? It comes from the king piece. So we're dealing with two types of energy at play. One is very powerful in matter. The other is very powerful in mind, in essence, in force and form. They must work together in order to be the Most High.
It's perfectly said.
Perfectly.
And that, perfectly said. And now when you think about, go back to YESOD, YESOD is the foundation of balance. So YESOD balances the male and female forces, or also YESOD is also the foundation of the Shishumna.
Mm.
Because when you deal with the three pillars of the tree of life, you got the Pingala, you got the Aida, and you have the Shishumna. So the Shishumna is the channel where the feminine force of the goddess Kundalini. Most people don't realize that Kundalini is a goddess.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just a force of fire, or the Kunda, which means the vortex or the nerve bundle area where the primal force exists in its sleeping coiled serpent form, is that exists within that foundation of the YESOD. So that's why YESOD is actually a very formidable or very important balancing structure on that tree, on the tree, and it will balance out the male and female. And also, I think that the off balance, and it's not to attack anyone within a lifestyle. So don't think, I'm just think abstractly. Anyone who lives on a quote unquote an alternative lifestyle, or part of the LGBT, community and stuff, it could be seen as an off balance, attempting to balance the spheres and the pillars of the tree. And like I said, it's not to attack anyone, but once you see a man who lives this particular lifestyle, a lot of these men are the outrageous example of a woman. A lot of these men, you don't see any women behaving the way some of these guys out here act who live that lifestyle, and it goes vice versa for the women who live that way. A lot of these men out here don't look and act the way that a lot of these women who live that lifestyle act. So even though I'm, like I said, I'm not attacking the lifestyle, I'm just speaking on the science, the metaphysics of it, that it's an off balance representation of the middle pillar. The middle pillar has to bring balance to the left and right hemispheres of the brain.
Are you saying that they're acting as though they're on the they're acting though that they're on the, let me try to word this right, the on the astral plane here on this plane? You get what I'm saying?
Are they acting out what's on the astral plane?
Mm-hmm.
You said, are they acting out what's on the astral plane?
Here on this plane. Because remember, you when if you're in a human, if you're in a female body, when you're in the astral plane, you're supposed to act more masculine and vice versa.
Right. How Dion mentioned, each plane is a reverse of the plane above it.
But me personally, I believe that their energies, I can't take 3D into a 4D dimension. I can't look at myself as the reverse. So and we have to remember too that these writers are speaking in alchemical jargon. They can't give you everything. You still have to be a student of study. You have to study exactly what they really mean about, in the reverse. So when we say, the reverse of a man is in those planes is a feminine energy, That just basically means we have to take on characteristics that are more receptive, more intuitive. It's not the energy of me having to deal with a phallus or lingam or yoni energy. It's more of the energy of activation or the energy of interaction within those spheres or sephira.
I think it can essentially suggest an unbalance in Yesariah too. You know what I mean? Because I mean, not saying like just like a overeating habit could be suggest an unbalance in the world right above too. So I'm not going to say it's any different between that and being gay or whatever. But yeah, that's just my take on it.
Mm.
Good point. Good point.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this also, if we continue this train of thought to its natural point, I think it would point to the point of paying attention to your cycles and your patterns and what we play out unconsciously, because that points to a deeper root.
Mm.
Even as you mentioned, overeating or any vice or versa or anything like that is going to point to a root that is unconscious. And as we learned from this book, the unconscious realm deals with the realm of YESOD. And this is the realm of patterns, where those patterns play out on the physical plane. So if there's something that we've got going on in the physical plane, we're not going to necessarily solve it by physical means. Hence why when people have these psychological issues and they go to the doctor and they try to give them pills and drugs, it doesn't really solve the problem. It only glosses over it or distracts. But the real solution takes place in the unconscious.
Mm.
To supplement that, she mentioned something in verse number 5 that to me indicates the real failure of science. And I know that science is a very, it's what we have to figure out the world. But one of the flaws of science that I find constantly is the fact that a lot of these people employ that fatal flaw of assuming to know it all, thereby missing a lot of things that you don't know that you don't know. But what she says in number 5 is, the material universe is an insoluble riddle to the materialist being scientists. The material universe is an insoluble riddle to the materialist because he insists on trying to explain it in terms of its own plane.
Mm.
This is a thing that can never be done in any sphere of thought. Nothing can ever be explained in terms of itself, but only by being resumed in a greater whole. The 4 elements of the ancients find their explanation in a 5th, the ether, as initiates have always maintained. For it is a doctrine of esoteric philosophy that any 4 visible states always have their root in a 5th, an invisible state. For instance, the 4 worlds of the Kabbalists have their root behind the veils of the unmanifest. It is only by positing this unmanifest 5th and assigning to it certain attributes deduced from the manifest 4 as being essential in the prime cause that we are able to arrive at any understanding of the nature of the 4. So do we find in YESOD the unmanifest 5th of the 4 elements of Malkuth, the fire of the ancients answering to the ether of the moderns, and earth, water, and air to solid, liquid, and the gaseous states of matter. So again, that kind of points to what we've just we're talking about, how we may have issues and things going on in the physical plane, but what's actually going on is an etheric resonance playing out in the physical. So any activity or habit or pattern or whatever we find ourselves doing in this physical plane, we can't answer it by physical means. We can shift and adjust and detract and distract, but in order to answer those things, that obstacle has to be tackled on a higher plane.
Mm.
Mm.
And as we mentioned,
That's
yes,
why
thought represents the unconscious. So these things have to be tackled in the unconscious realm. Know thyself.
That's why it's so difficult to explain those things. To try to make the unexplainable explainable is almost a task that's you just can't do it. So it's best to, you know, to be humble and say, you know, you have to experience, you know, you can give attempt to give a definition that we can satisfy, but it's best that a person has to walk their own path. So they get their own experience. They see it from their own point of view.
Yeah.
Say, I got a question, if that's okay.
Please.
I have to go back to in the mystical Kabbalah. I was wondering if you can help me. Names of power and word of power in page 191, section 71. That entire section, I just wasn't quite clear about what the author has written. I was wondering if you can look at it and explain it to me.
Interesting.
Say it again, Darren. What part so I can follow? Because I'm on my iPad and the pages are totally different.
Okay, a Tifera, and it's section 71.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. Were you here when I read that part earlier?
No, I was not. I think I might have caught the tail end, and I said, that sounds like something that I wanted to know. So,
Wow.
but I didn't hear it. No, I didn't. You already went into detail about that.
That's crazy. I read that exact verse earlier. That is wild.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
Every single time we meet, there's always like a question is answered before somebody answers it. Like it never fails for the whole last year. Yeah. Exact verse, dude. Like you can't even make this shit up. Because she does mention in the chapter that we're currently on about YESOD, about in verse number 14, she mentions how anyone who tries to function as a magician in YESOD soon learns his error. For although he can perceive the images in the treasure house, he has no word of power which to command them. And then I took that back to page 191, verse 71, where she talks about the words of power. And basically what she's saying there is that throughout the occult, you'll read all these books and they talk about these different words of power that you can use that gives you this automatic ability over spirits and demons and all this stuff. Like you can just read a word and thereby earn power over cosmic forces. Clearly that's not how it works, but it sells books, right? The truth of the matter is this has more of a psychological root. And I was mentioning earlier to KP about how a sigil isn't just a picture. This sigil or symbol is anything that stimulates our five senses: visual, auditory, kinesthetic, gustatory, olfactory. Likewise, these words of power are meant to be words that trigger concepts. And these triggered concepts puts us into deliberate states. You feel me? So when we are doing rituals on a repeated basis, this is supposed to conjure within us certain feelings. You know, when I'm working with the Goetia, I've got the lights down low, I've got my candles, I've got the spooky music playing, and I'm chanting these words, and I'm going into a state, right? I'm going into a state, and I'm meeting an image of an entity that represents a power, a cosmic power.
Okay.
And in developing a relationship with this entity, I'm gaining a track record, I'm gaining a history, I'm gaining a storehouse of memory of working with a particular spirit, a particular energy. So guess what happens over time? Whenever I use that word of power associated with that entity, not only am I invoking the entity, but I'm invoking the state that is triggered, right? So we have to earn and build up our own grimoire, our own words of power. Sure, I can read a book. Hell, I could write a book and you could read my book, and you pull up these words of power, but that doesn't mean you pull up the state that's associated with it. You have to earn that through experience. Hence why we say, do the work.
Okay.
You can read a million grimoires, but you're not going to trigger the exact state that the author intended unless you build it yourself. So I guess to wrap up what she's talking about in 191, these words of power are words that are meant to be associated with particular states of consciousness. And how do you get there? By actually working with them, by actually using those words and gaining experience with the energies associated.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Powerful. In the nation of gods and earth, which is the 5%, even though you're actually not really supposed to be given what's called the supreme wisdom lessons or supreme mathematics or supreme alphabet or 120 degrees of lessons. You're not supposed to just be given and written down. You're supposed to walk and talk with who's called an enlightenment. So the whole thing is, once you get what they call not the knowledge wisdom cipher, once you get it under your cap, or in the language CLR power, you are supposed to write your own book of life. You're supposed to write all your supreme wisdom lessons out verbatim from memory, and you're supposed to do the knowledge to what they mean to you, not what they mean to say Trav, or what they mean to some. You're supposed to be able to, they say, make knowledge born, make knowledge born, God. You know what I'm saying? Of how you see today's mathematics. And you're supposed to break today's mathematics how you see it according to your wisdom. And nobody else can go against that. As long as you, because there's always law, which we know natural law. As long as it's not going against, of course, the nation of gods and earth is sort of a religious system. It's just a it's a system of gods and earth. But you can't go against particular protocol. But it is, just like you said, it's based off of your own book of life. Mm-hmm. And it reminded me basically how you were saying, with the numeral system and the particular words of power. That's the same thing in Masonry. The words that are spoken to you in these long ass oratory stories that they give to you in the lodge are meant, as they say, to leave an impression upon the mind. So the whole thing is, it's what you're being told. You're actually supposed to study it and find out the real truth of what's being said to you, because every particular thing that you're doing, it alludes to something else. And I had to pull it up, and it's just like this here. When you're being conducted, it says we will pursue our journey, because in the lodge you have to you have to do an actual journey around the lodge. So it says stepping to the 3 steps on the floor or carpet. The carpet is a checkerboard carpet, which you have to approach this thing. And you can always get the Duncan's Masonic ritual and all of that shit is all written in there. But it says the next thing that attracts our attention are the winding stairs, which leads to the middle chamber of King Solomon's temple, consisting of 3, 5, and 7 steps. So you can go to a lodge that you've never been to before, and there's somebody at the door called a Tyler who has a sword. Now he has particular things that he can do. He can pull his sword on you and make you do what's called walking the Tyler sword. So you have to speak to him the verbatim. There's a verbal ritual that you have to go through to get through him before he knocks on the door of the inner chamber, and then the inside conductor opens the door, identifies you by the word, and then closes the door in your face, speaks it to the worshipful master, who it's all done by these words. So it's all the things. So this whole 3, 5, 7, the first 3 allude to the 3 principal stages of human life: youth, manhood, and old age. So when you look at the 3 degrees of masonry, which is the apprentice, the fellow craft, and the master mason, the entered apprentice is youth. Manhood is the fellow craft. Old age is the master mason, which is the 3rd degree. So the whole thing is that's you said all these systems all have particular numerical values, which all have particular words that are attached to it, but it's not necessarily the word, it's these dramatic stories or these teaching lessons that all go behind the actual story that is supposed to trigger your consciousness and unconsciousness to go a little bit deeper back into the Akashic or ethereal file cabinet of ourself, so we can figure this thing out here on this earth plane, and then magically, practically use it to change your life situation. Because that's the bottom line. You're not studying, utilizing all your man hours and time to just read just because you like it. You like to read, but you're utilizing, you're reading and studying because you're seeking to change a particular reality. It's no different than everybody. Everybody should be reading, studying, testing, practicing. Maybe some things will fail, maybe some things will succeed. But you take all of that and you actually develop your own, as you say, grimoire or book of life or book of death, whatever you choose to label it. And that right there is left no different than the higher and lower keys of Solomon, no different than this book, mystical Qabalah. It's like when I was in English in college, they always tell you to read, try to find the voice of the author. Try to read what you're reading in the voice of that the author wrote it in. So once you can tap in, because think about the mystical Qabalah is a vibratory energy that was put into place by who? Dion Fortune. So if we're seeking to, a lot of times we want to seek other things. Why is nobody trying to raise up the spirit of Dion Fortune?
Who said nobody was doing that?
I'm just saying. You know, no one really mentions it, but you know what I'm saying. So
you doing that, Trev? How you do that?
All of us are really supposed to. We're supposed to be reading and studying within Dion Fortune and Dion Fortune within us. No different than being in the Sephirah and the Sephirah being with you. As the Kabbalah says, Kether is in Malkuth and Malkuth is in Kether. There is no separation of the Sephirah. So there should be no separation between the vibratory consciousness pattern that's left in the words of Dion Fortune. They should be within you, and you're supposed to be able to invoke her spirit. No different than at least the Crawley, Mathers, all of them. So that's when that's how you rise above opinions. When you don't have an opinion about what someone's writing because you've actually invoked them.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
But that's another Zoom video right there. Travis, he'll be coming up with that one a little bit later. Invoking the spirit of Dion Fortune.
I think she's visited me at least 3 times in my dreams since this whole thing started.
And they're some of the most funniest people too. Once you really get to, because there should be humor. This stuff is not always to be taken so seriously. Humor plays a very big part in this. That's why it's always of the dramatics. You know, just imagine if we all were to dress up in robes and have on all kind of regalia, sitting here in somebody's robe would be too big on them or something. You're gonna laugh at that. You're gonna be like, man, you look ridiculous in your robe right now. So
Yeah.
the whole thing is like you have to have a sense of humor. And a lot of these authors, they weren't always very serious people.
This is what I said to John last week when I said, hey, man, I just finished reading Jabura and I was busting up. I was laughing. And I don't think people understood where I was coming from, but it didn't matter. But it's like I knew what was going on. Now here you are saying something about laughter.
You gotta laugh, man.
I love it. I love it. I want to make a quick side note there. When you were talking about the nation of gods and earths, I thought that was a wonderful example, but an abstract thing hit me in relation to what we were talking about, the chess pieces. When you look at the concept of a god, right? What we're learning through the occult is that the god is the force. It is the almighty power. But how is a god showcase its power? It's through the material plane. It's through the earth, right? The god is power, but the earth is inert until activated by that god energy. And I think that kind of relates to what we were talking about with the king piece and the queen piece. Because what, you know, the god and earths do refer to the two types of human beings on the planet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And the whole thing, you take back to chess, even though each piece on the chessboard is defined and have their own parameters, you are the master chessman. You are the one who has to think of the concept of how am I going to utilize the pieces. That's when you become a master chess player. That you're supposed to be thinking, you can think up to 120 moves ahead of another player because each move counterbalances your move. So when you're looking at their piece matched up against your pieces, you're supposed to be seeing so that right there shows you that's a fourth dimensional thinking. Yes. You're thinking in a whole nother realm. So now let's take the chess game to Star Trek. If you've ever was a Trekkie or watched Star Trek, they played a 2-level chess game. They didn't just have one chessboard. They had one chessboard on top of another chessboard. So they played a 2-dimensional, 4-dimensional chess game. So you got to think how your mind has to think way beyond an individual who thinks he can one-up you because he can read all your moves. So this is how you will automatically know a person who doesn't know how to play chess by their opening.
Yes.
Because it's called an opening. And the opening is the most important part of the chess game. It ain't just checkmate. It's the opening. A person you can have a Sicilian opening. There's different magnificent names for them. But the whole thing is what dimension, you can tell what dimension a person is thinking on if by their chess game. And you can tell their intelligence level.
Glad you took it to that point. Because there's something that I was wanting to say, but deciding, I guess, against it. But you mentioned the fourth dimensionality of this chess game, and how every move that you make and that your opponent makes, it is a counterbalance of each other. So for one thing, this takes away trying to memorize particular strategies, to memorize like a particular set of moves, like I have to do this and then this and then this and then this. That's like, you know, when you want to go out and talk to a female, you're trying to memorize a conversation or memorize a bunch of tricks, a bunch of pickup tricks, right? That's one state of thinking. But an advanced level of thinking is understanding all the different tips and tricks so that you can see through them and know how to move in the moment. So when you're on that chessboard, while the opponent makes a move that counterbalances yours, you're able to flow with the whole thing, as opposed to just getting suddenly jarred and upset because things are going the way that you planned. So with that being said, what I'm starting to see, at least from my observation, right, and it could be incorrect, but a lot of this information was kept secret and held back was because the knowledge itself being widespread would begin to initiate moves being made on the counterbalance. In other words, the more people that know about how to effectively use this magic would mean that the whole game would change. And that is something that was, I think, trying to be controlled. But in this age of Aquarius, all the pieces and moves are spilled out to the general public, right? And I think that's really starting to change the game. That's why we're seeing a lot of what we're seeing now, because more people know of the game and how pieces are played, which means that now there's more of a counterbalance for the opposition.
Mm-hmm. And that's important. I just wanted to correct myself too. There actually is not 72 squares on the chessboard. There's actually 64 squares, because I could have just thought about 8 by 8. So it's making it, a total of 64 squares. So I just wanted to correct that, because I said 72 earlier, and I didn't want, saying somebody to go away with that in their mind. So I didn't want to spread error.
64 squares.
64 squares on the chessboard. The whole thing, that's what it is. Everything is about counterbalance. Like you said, like I said, the chessboard, that is a game of balance. But the whole thing is, it's a game of you knocking someone off their balance. Mm-hmm. That's why you knock over their piece, once you checkmated them, because you've off balanced their thinking. You've outthought someone. You've expanded your cosmic perception larger than their cosmic perception, because you defeated them in their thinking world. So it's a game of mathematics, it's a game of geometry, and those are our important things. So and that's why we have to, and for those who have children, we have to teach our children to think abstractly and think mathematically and alchemically and geometrically and things like that, because they can think beyond the realm of feeling. You don't have to always be emotional about something that you experience. You can be indifferent, and that's how you become a king or a queen. But you first have to master yourself as a man or a woman.
Right.
What is an example? What is an example of thinking geometrically? Abstract.
KP said something, but I didn't hear if he had asked.
I said, what is an example of thinking geometrically?
Like basically just thinking in order, thinking angles and perpendiculars. A person can always think linear, even though we know angles and perpendiculars are lines, but it's also you can also think of the zigzag zig or the lightning flash of the tree of life, the tree of life. There's geometry in that. That's cosmic geometry. And we know that our lightning bolt, or what's called the serpent of the tree, has to go back up.
Mm-hmm.
That's why a lot of the lightning comes from the ground and goes up to the sky. But it goes so fast, we don't even see that it came from the ground, because the creation of the tree has already been created in that divine geometry. It's already been lightning flashed down, creating the tree. Now we have to lightning flash it. We have to take the energy that was grounded and now push it outwardly, like Goku or Vegeta.
Now, to offer another example of thinking geometrically, I would say even psychologically based, when you're dealing with a person who is unaware of their patterns and cycles, but you are aware of them. If you're trying to help this person consider a concept, it would be easier to recognize their patterns and work around them. If you know where they're going to go, you can geometrically think at a different trajectory and meet them at the end that they're naturally moving towards. In other words, sometimes it's easier to show someone than it is to tell them.
That's facts.
Yeah, different people have different ways of learning. You got to figure out how to communicate with that individual, or any problem, or anything. Geometry.
We think of geometry, we think of the study of angles, and that's not always shapes. Sometimes that's concepts.
Yeah.
You know what? Years ago, when I was a little girl back home in St. Louis has a huge Jewish community. And we were in a part of St. Louis called U City. And I was at a deli. One day, this guy sit down, and he was a really old guy. And he was a Jewish man. And all of a sudden, he just looked at me and my friend Mallory, and he said, "You young people, you get taught in school how to do A, B, and C. You want to get somewhere in life, you gotta go in an angle." And Mallory looked at each other and ran. And then that memory just popped up in my head when you were talking about that. And
That's a wise man, for real. That's a good
and I'm just like, but he was really no, I was too young. You know, I had to be about 12 years old. I was way too young. I didn't get what he was trying to tell me. And now it's like, that's what he was trying to tell me. You know?
See, he even employed another technique that's little known. There's this thing about cognitive dissonance and confusion in human beings. We expect patterns. We expect patterns. When we walk up to another person and meet them for the first time, we expect a certain number of words to be said. We expect a handshake to be initiated. We expect these specific patterns. If you were to go and initiate these patterns and do something out of ordinary, it will create a window in that person's perception that puts them in a state of almost paralysis, a state of hypnotism, a state of trance. Why? Because we expect something to happen. And when that thing doesn't happen, we're frozen in a state of trance. Now, it may last from 3 seconds to a little bit longer, but that's an example of coming at an angle. If you're able to deliver information at an angle, you have a better chance at having the person that you're communicating to understand it, because it's breaking the pattern. That's an extremely valuable key if you can employ it.
Thank you, Travis, for that. Thank you, man. Yes. That's
the saying, what angle are you coming from?
What angle are you coming from?
Because I know you heard it before. What angle are you coming from?
Right.
You know?
There's a hypnosis induction technique that I always thought was weird until I tried it, and it worked. It's called the handshake interrupt pattern. Basically, if you go to reach out to shake someone's hand and they, in a very smooth 1 second way, grab your hand and put it in front of your face, that can induce a state of hypnotism. You can see it on YouTube, and it doesn't look real, but if you learn how to do it and try it yourself, you see that it works. Why does it work? Because we are so conditioned to go in a pattern. If the most believed in pattern is broken, we literally have to pause and reboot, because what we expected.
It's 4 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Because what we expected didn't happen. That's why it's important to know thyself and know when you're in a trance and know when you are a slave to a pattern. Be aware. Always be aware. Be in the moment. Be present.
Somebody's always trying to put us in the trance.
We are always trying to put ourselves in a trance.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why, like I said, I'll go back to the whole masonry too. How do you know somebody to be a mason? By the way that by the way that they enter, the character, their movements. You know, I'm just using verbatim, but there's actually, how do you know? It says by the points of their entrance. If you see somebody, they can walk into a building. You can walk into someone's church and use all right angles. You walk in, you cut to the right, you may do a turnaround, cut to the right, cut to the right, cut to the right. That's why the military, those are called points of those are points of entrance. You can look at the Egyptian statues, and when they're holding those two rods, they're stepping off on the left foot, being led by the intentions of your heart. So that's the whole thing. You can stand a certain way. Those are signs and symbols. That's how people know each other. You know, you don't even have to say nothing. A person can see. That's what they mean by standing on your square. They say that in masonry, and they also say that in the nations of God on the earth. Maintain your frame. Basically, maintaining your frame is standing on your square, or upright, perpendicular. So that's how you know somebody to be a lord, or to be a god, or to be one of authority, by the points of their interest.
It's amazing how we can live just so haphazardly, just doing whatever, you know, not considering that there's an order to things, or that there are patterns that work. How we can go for years just doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing, and that people survive for decades in this way. But yeah,
because we've been so dumbed down, Trav. And now we like it.
Now we like it. Now we like it.
It all started with Beavis and Butthead, man.
You think?
But seriously though, just, you know, saying, like, now I can think back to my peer group and my timeline of when cable television came out. Like, I'm now 47, and that's not old, but I can think into the analog of when cable really started, like when MTV really started. My generation is called Generation X. We were the unknown generation. Nobody knew what the hell was going on with the Generation Xers. So when MTV came out, I'm just saying that started to generate a pattern. That became the cultural center, setting the trends for multiple hundreds and thousands of people. You know? So that's the whole thing. There's always something setting the pattern. Just like the other day, I was looking at Instagram, and Lizzo was on there doing some dance, and I don't know what's up with Lizzo, but anyway, she had this song in the background, and I felt it. I was like, yo, I like what that song. I like the vibe of that song. So I had to, like, look it up. It's a XXXTentacion song from like freaking 5 years ago. There's now a TikTok dance craze going on right now on this song. So how does that, you understand what I'm saying? So something set a pattern or a trend for that old song, rehashed it to now be put with a dance, and everybody's doing it now. You know?
Patterns.
Like you said, we're always in this pattern.
It's beautiful. I see it, and I can recall a time in my life, like, oh, how insidious, the Illuminati, and this, that, and the third. But the more I study it, the more I can appreciate the beauty of this system. It's a structure that is in place, and it will not be broken, because, like you said, we like it, we enjoy it. It satisfies all the basic human needs. The whole hierarchy of Maslow's ladder is fulfilled by these etheric patterns that we continually find ourselves in. It really takes another degree, another pedigree of human to break these patterns and to live beyond them, because it takes a massive effort. Massive effort.
You got to go beyond human. You got to become a meta-human, a superhuman.
That means
even
you've got to go past your cycles of needing food. You got to go past your cycles of needing sleep. You got to go past your cycles of needing human companionship and love and sex and all these things. The more of that list that I list, the more that it makes one start to cringe, because it's like, I see what you're saying, but I don't want to give up this. I see what you're saying, but I don't want to give up that. Whatever it is that you don't want to give up, that's a cycle that you're unable to break.
And that goes back to, like I said earlier, that goes back to the
in the Kataro.
That's the Tao, that's the cross, that's the pathway, that's the Saturnian. What are you willing to sacrifice till you get? That's the hero's path. There's always a sacrifice. That's the same thing with these warriors that they build in the military. These dudes who become super soldiers, these special ops guys, you know what they gotta go through to even make it? You don't get no sleep and barely feeding you. They barely their scientists know just the bare minimum amount of food to give you that you can stay alive and operate physically at high performance for 24/7 and not die. And know what it brings a man to the very threshold of himself, to the very breaking point of his consciousness, to either those who are going to go on are the ones who don't break, or the ones who do go on, or the ones who don't go break, and the ones who go on, they break. So the whole thing is, that's the same thing with any type of initiatory path, because those, what they call the crucible and all of that stuff in the Marines, those are initiations. You're being initiated into the Marine Corps.
Yes.
So it's no different than we're not Kabbalists just because we're studying the Qabalah. We've not gone through any stage of initiation. We are in a process of initiation, but it's going to take us going through a threshold. Now, some of us may have already, gone through that. I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm just speaking in general. It takes individuals to go through a threshold of their self, a level of discomfort, because nothing comes by comfort. You're not gonna get greatness by being funky comfortable. So you have to go through a level of breaking discomfort to obtain the next level.
I want to mention something about what you said about the Marines and going through these levels of calculated survival, intentional survival. See, if I was some type of trickster sphinx entity, I wouldn't ask, what are you willing to sacrifice? I'd ask, what are you not willing to sacrifice? Because that's what I've learned from dealing with these entities. At every level, just before a breakthrough, that's the question that I'm asked. What are you not willing to sacrifice? And even at the question, I have to stop and shudder, because I know exactly what I have to do next. And that's give up that thing that I thought that I could not give up. And I think that really shapes the fortitude of your character to be able to break these connections that bind us to the illusion of humanity.
What are you not willing to sacrifice? I had a bruja, very good friends of her. She's been through multiple systems. Palo, Kimbanda, all of that. Very active, very wise. But it came to a point where she had to leave the systems alone, because it comes to a point where that very same thing comes up. What are you willing to sacrifice, and what are you not willing to sacrifice? Because there are very dark things that happen in the system of Kimanda and Palo Mayombe. It's just not you thinking just because it's an African spiritual system, this thing is, them things, those are left-hand paths. Those are not paths of light. So if you're a parent or a mother and a loving mother and all of that stuff, you have to really question, like, is this something that you're willing to go through with? Because you might be compromised. There might be some things that you might not be. And this is why we have to get, when you deal with particular paths, that you have to be able to let go of your emotional attachment and your perceptions of what's right and what's wrong, what's moralistic, what are your ethics, what are you, because there may be things that may crumble your whole ethical system. So if you're not willing to go through this, because it's no different than, I'm looking at this here, this plate, and you have 10 archangels, and you have 10 orders of demons, and you have 10 archangels. Which one of these are you willing to use? We already know that when you deal with archdevils and you deal with archangels, this is not dealing with systems that is, as we perceive it, good and evil. It's power and usage. Period. That's it. But on our physical level here, we equivalent it to, well, what are you willing to not sacrifice to utilize Belphegor? What is Belphegor going to ask? Like I said, I go back to these people or groups or societies of those who are utilizing what we label demonic forces, who they feed them demonic forces by pain and suffering placed upon other people, because that's what they imagine them to feed off of. So they feed it off of pain and suffering. There's always a patron saint of every system. There's patron saints and patron demons of the police department, of the fire department, of the medical system. So which ones are you choosing to feed, and for what purpose are you choosing to utilize it for, based off of what are you willing to sacrifice and what are you're not willing to give up? Are you willing to give up your family to get the ultimate power? Some people are not willing to do nothing like that.
The more that we become aware of the matrix, the more it becomes aware of us. So the conflict that I'm beginning to see is that the more that I learn about the system, the more complex it gets. And not necessarily complex in the amount of data, but complex in the usage of that data.
Go back to the movie The Matrix. Didn't they know who he was? And also, didn't they know who he wasn't? Didn't the architect know who he already was? Didn't at the end of all the Matrix movie, he had to plug into the actual system? Wasn't he able to plug into the system because the system was synchronous with him? He was able to synchronize with the system because he was the system. Mm-hmm. And he also was not the system. That's why Agent Smith called him an anomaly. He didn't operate the same way as everybody else did in the Matrix. He wasn't born in the whack ass Zion. You know what I'm saying? But he also had this electrical pattern about himself that Agent Smith was able to read. Be like, wait a minute, this dude is different. He's definitely an enemy, but he's also got something that Morpheus and them don't got.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the same way with us. What do we identify ourselves with, and what do we don't identify ourselves with?
And the thing that we do identify ourselves with, let's analyze and be honest. Is it something that's been given to us, or is it something that we discovered on our own? patterns. They come in all shapes and flavors.
And that's why I said it's important is to become your own psychiatrist, or maybe even really go to a psychoanalyst. That doesn't mean anything is wrong with you. It just means that you're going to go to someone who has took countless man hours to study the tool, the process of what it takes to get into the psyche of the mind to help you discover a little bit more about yourself. So once you discover implanted conditionings based off of your life's experience, even from other people's experiences, you will know what to get rid of so you can put in what you need. Like I said before, like I said last week, we're all nothing but a computer. And how many people are we gonna let upload thumb drives into us?
Right. Right. Sometimes you got to step away and recalibrate.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I learned from the book Mimetic Magic, which I'm going to continually reference because it's hyper important. If you haven't read it or at least listen to my audiobook reading, go find Mimetic Magic. One of the things it says in that book is about how it's necessary to separate from the root social matrix. You know, it's necessary to have a period of isolation to really collect yourself and see and separate what's me and what have I gathered from culture. What has culture given me? What is everybody doing that I've assimilated into myself? You know, because while you're in the thick of it, you don't realize that this is happening. The root social matrix is updated with every interaction that someone has, which means every millisecond being updated. So the more you keep in touch with it, you're downloading all those interactions because this person you talk to and this person you talk to is a part of that matrix. By your conversation with them, you're downloading, right? I don't listen to any of this pop culture music or I don't watch any of these movies, but I still know about them because people are talking to me about them. Sometimes you have to really take a good look in the mirror, just like with the initiation of Hermetics, when you had to look at yourself and analyze character and put them in their categories. We've got to do the same thing when it comes to the world at large. How much of you is you and how much of you has been downloaded from the main system, the main paradigm. But you can't do that unless you go into a period of isolation.
And that's another sacrifice that most people are not willing to do. You have to sacrifice giving up. You may do that. You may do the analyzation and find out that none of you was you.
Ooh, that's hard. Hard. And again, that's one of those scary things because it's a whole lot of people that are not them. There's a whole I don't remember what exact phrase the Mimetic Magic calls these people, but there's a whole lot of people who their whole personality is downloaded constructs from the main system, right? The way I dress, the slang I use, the artists that I like to listen to, the movies I like, it's all been pre-approved by society.
Mm-hmm.
Separate from that, and I'm not able to find an ounce of myself, I don't know what to do next. This is the same reason why you can't go to your grandma and tell her, oh, white Jesus, and you need to get out of the church. You can't say that stuff to her because she doesn't have an alternative.
Mm-hmm.
Aye, aye, aye.
Yeah. That's like I watched the interview with 21 Savage. He said that he's selling personalities for $120,000. He said if you come to him, he said he has a team that can put you. He said you want to be a rapper, you want to be in his music. He said I'll sell you a personality for $120,000. He said I have a tattooist. He said I can give you some tattoos on you, put some tattoos on your face. He said I'll teach you how to rap. I'll teach you how to talk that shit. He said we'll get you fake guns for your video, and we'll teach you how to dress in the particular clothing that you need, and all of that for $120,000. So I thought about this, and the other day, my daughters be watching all these dumb things on YouTube. So I said, let me just sit down and watch one of these with them. So I'm watching this. I forgot his name, but he's a young boy. He got all these chains on, look like diamonds and all of this. But you listening to it, and it's all clinging. Even his mother was in the back, and she said, "What is all of that stuff he got on? It sounds like Christmas ornaments." You know what I'm saying? It sounds so cheap and gaudy. So he didn't went and got a diamond tester, and he's putting it on every one of his things, and the diamond tester is not triggering, which means that he done bought all of this fake jewelry, and he knows it's fake. But the whole thing, though, Trav, as I kept watching this, I saw it for what it was. I said, this kid already knew that all that jewelry was fake. I said, he's developing a character so he can continue to grow and grow and grow and attract kids like my freaking daughters and all these other people, because he wears the Louis Vuitton belt. He has a particular sneaker on. He has a hoverboard that he's always on. He always has a polo shirt. So what he's doing is he is projecting a fake image that he didn't figure it out because he's still young. He didn't figure it out. This is what attracts everybody else, because there's people out there that can really afford all of that stuff, and people love to see other people living wealthy. So he's made a fake character for himself. So it's that type of thing. These are all set, projected patterns that go on, and it goes back to the Sephirah. That goes back to Netzach, illusion, which also connects to YESOD, which deals with Maya.
Yep.
Right.
So we have perfect examples of every activity of each Sephirah within Malkuth, within the real world, that we can look at and be like, oh, look at that right there.
With the right keys.
With the right keys.
So I hear about this, and my first reaction is, wow, I am absolutely flabbergasted. But the more I think about it, it's beautiful. It's beautiful because that means somebody has been able to analyze science so well and make a business off of it. You know, I can never knock anybody's hustle, no matter what it is. You gotta think that's actually, if he's making money off of it, damn,
it's genius.
I
a
think
million kids are watching it.
Think about.
You know, sorry guys, sorry to interrupt, but you know who I thought is using this kind of systems as well? Look at the histories. You know, President Trump's father, he was always, according to what I was reading, he was always wanted it to be optimistic about things, like very like positive about everything, like no negativity was around, not even emotions. And not that I really wanted to involve with political stuff, but just to research like how these guys become so powerful, because they are powerful. It was just based on a system. And of course, he's President Trump's sister was like, you know, dad was never emotional. Dad was always like optimistic about everything, money and optimistic about everything. And of course, President Trump's brother was trying to break that rule. And of course, he got rejected from the family. And President Trump didn't want to be rejected by his dad. And he was trying to follow the same sequence as his own dad. So now looking at the president and hearing all the news and all the negativities, he always tried to show himself as optimistic, like ignore everything else, but he's optimistic. So I just think that it's just a system where people try to break it down and also keep it in a generations to come. Who else is the ones that I was thinking about, just like you guys were talking about?
That's a perfect example of some kind of a generational wealth, but spiritual one.
Yes. Yes. George Bush, his wife as well. So yeah, that's quite interesting.
But understanding that the general public responds to certain personality types in pre-programmed specific ways, this lets you know that 21 Savage didn't come up with this. He's just utilizing what's always been in place. The reason that these politicians assume specific personalities like Obama or Bush or whoever won, these people win not because their policies sound so good, because history shows us that they don't always act on their promised policies. The reason that we vote for these people is because they show us a face or an archetype that we accept and believe in, right? We believe in their slogans, we believe in their promises, we believe in their personality. That's why we vote for them. That's why we continue to vote for them. That's why we worship celebrities and all these different things, is because they've developed and crafted an idea and a concept that triggers something within us. This is why we go to the movies, because a certain actor is in it, not because the movie's good. We want to go see the new Denzel Washington film. We want to go see the new Keanu Reeves movie because of what that actor triggers within us, which is a trance, by the way. And we love our trances, don't we?
Definitely.
Wild. I might have to find that 21 Savage thing and clip that out.
I'm gonna look for it, and I'll send it to you. It's been a while since I watched it, but I never forgot that. I never forgot when he said that, man. I said, "Yo, this is crazy that he just gave out the whole game like that."
Yeah.
But we've always known that. It's just like here's something that most people don't know. What's the song? Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre, Dre Day or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Jay-Z wrote that.
Wow.
He wrote Dr. Dre's part and Snoop Dogg's part.
So he invoked the energy of Dre and wrote the verse. Then he invoked the energy
What it is, because Jay-Z has a photographic memory, and he also is very analytical. He could read people's personalities. That's why he's successful. So he can read the personality of an individual and study them and know who you are, and can write and develop a whole character based off of what you demonstrated. That's why him and Beyonce are magicians. They actually are white and black magicians. But people really don't realize that's what it is.
Yes, it is true. It is true. Oh yeah.
They are actual occultists. That's why they utilize the symbology. And they've reached a point where they are actually empowered to the point where they don't have to hide it no more. He doesn't have to be Jay-Z anymore, because he killed Jay-Z in 99 Problems. When you look at the video, he was standing in front of a church and he was being shot. So that was him symbolically killing Jay-Z. He's now Sean Carter now. He can be who he is. That's why the album 444 was such an introspective album, and he revealed that his mother was lesbian, and he revealed how he was self-destructive and how he almost lost Beyonce and all kind of stuff. He killed himself symbolically so he could be regenerated again. He doesn't have, so if anybody ever, because he's going up and up and up into quote unquote the white business world. So being that he is so transparent, the white quote unquote white businessman can say, well, wasn't you a crack dealer? Like, well, shit, everybody knows that. I wrote a book. I said it in my raps.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He said he came into the game 100 grand strong, 9 to be exact, for pushing G-Packs. He came into the rap game with $900,000. And if you go to the whole story, he went into Steve Stout's office when him and Dame Dad tried to do business. He went in there with a bag and poured money all over Steve Stout's desk. And Steve Stout was like, we don't do business like that. He's scared. He said he was afraid it was so much money. So the whole thing is this guy has been practicing occult magic, and he knew the interworkings of the system way before the system became as it is now, a digital streaming system. So that's why you can go on. I looked up World Star Hip Hop. You could buy slots. What people do is you buy a slot for a couple of hundred to a couple thousands of dollars. You'll put your video up there that you done made and everything, and they'll run your video at particular times where people will see it, and you can become rich off of that. You can become the new next hip hop artist. So there's now all these algorithms that you can develop a character and be a real avatar.
And we're going even deeper into that science as time progresses.
And you're reading about artificial intelligence. So you already know that is only the next level that we can go to. Is the complete assimilation into artificial intelligence. That's
right.
why this pandemic, or the all people pandemos, meaning something affecting all people. It doesn't have to be pandemic, doesn't mean a viral sickness. It just means something that's affecting all people.
Like
so
a
the
meme?
whole thing is this whole thing is affecting all people, and this is the testing ground for the separation of people. There you go, Shango. The whole separation of people to test how will people react with social distancing. That's the new word. Trigger words before was weapons of mass destruction. Remember, they kept hitting you with that during Bush's time. Weapons of mass destruction. Weapons of mass destruction. During Barack Obama's time, Al Qaeda. All of this. Then it was ISIS. All of that. All of those were all testing. Now our words is COVID-19, but even more, it's social distancing. The more we become socially distant, and we are human beings still, we are social mammals. The more we become socially distant, the more we become dependent upon technology, which will only lead us right into what? Artificial intelligence.
I'm glad
we'll be able to accept that.
And when you're in the thick of it, you can't see that. When you're in the midst of it, it's imperceptible. You can only see this happening if you separate from it.
What they say, you can't see the forest for the trees.
That's why I'm focusing so much the rest of the year on this topic, because I truly don't think people see this. I think it's cute to talk about, what if we're in a simulation? It's cute to talk about that, but yo, that's actually what's going on.
It really is. And how are you interacting with it? Are you changing your reality in it? Are you able to communicate the language of the computer and change it?
Right.
Because that's the whole thing. You got to learn the language. That's why I want what they're doing now. They're teaching you coding. Are you learning the code? Coding is the top thing right now.
You should see the medical system coding. I took what do you call it? The medical coding. They have like ICDs. They had they have like 3-4 different systems for medical coding, and each one of those represent a specific value on it. This is why a lot of these MDs and surgical procedures are so wealthy into their businesses, because these codes are so, like, my God, expensive. So the most strong coding into their system, the billing system, it's surgical and cardiology, because in the United States, a lot of the people are like dying because of cardiovascular issues or heart issues. So they spend a lot of money on these particular type of diseases. But the coding system is the most expensive. Surgical procedures is another one too. I mean, one surgery can cost you like what, 10,000 minimum to 20,000 to $30,000 the minimum, plus the equipment. So it's a system as well, and it's codes on it. So yes, codes are very, very important to work with. It determines the value of your profession, or determines the value of what you do in life.
Florida was a testing ground for that too. My daughters are back in school now, and I have them in actual physical school. So the first couple of days of school, maybe I'll say my daughter was at her third day of school. She went to the nurse because she said her stomach was hurting. And I got a call from the school, from the nurse's office, saying that my daughter was in the nurse's office with COVID-19 symptoms, and I need to come and pick her up, and I need to contact all the other schools and take all of my daughters out of school. So I was like, what do you mean COVID-19? So I go to the school, my daughter's is there, come out the nurse's office to give me these paperwork. I had to sign it and blah, blah, blah. She can't come back to school for 10 days, blah. So I read all of this paperwork, right? So I'm like, okay. So I said, Victoria, what's going on? She was like, well, you know, I went to lunch and I started eating lunch and my stomach started hurting. I said, did you have a bowel movement today? No. I said, did you have a bowel movement yesterday? No. I said, okay, so scientifically, being that you didn't have a bowel movement, when you went to go eat, your stomach kicked in. It wanted to get rid of the old and with the new, so now your stomach was hurting and you barely were drinking water. So I know this. So the whole thing, this is where they try to get you. So if you don't ask questions or you don't speak with authority to them as a interactive parent of your child, they're going to suck you into taking your child to the primary care doctor to get a COVID-19 test.
Yes.
And we all know that these COVID-19 tests are coming up with thousands of misreadings. So the whole thing is, when I went to pick up my other daughter, I said, I was talking to the nurse, and they know me at the school, so they all talk to me. So she was talking to me, and she was like, you know, all you gotta do is just go to their primary care doctor, because this whole thing is ridiculous. You know, we're sending kids home for the first day because they have, and they gave me a list of all things that are considered COVID-19 symptoms: headache, stomach ache, sore throat, vomiting, diarrhea. I'm like, these are fucking kid symptoms. What kid doesn't have or gonna say they have a stomach ache? So anyway, so I go to the first I had to do a televisit with their doctor, talk to her, boom, those, whatever. She tries to talk about COVID-19 tests. We go to the office. I'm like, we're not here to get a COVID-19 test. We're here to for you to do a physical observation, which obviously you know that she has no COVID-19 symptoms. None of us do. So she did her little basic examination. All you had to do was get a basic note. But from this, I started talking to the doctor. These doctors here in Florida started getting so much of an influx of kids being sent to them with this whole COVID-19 symptom thing that just the other day, the school board had to vote against these symptoms, because what they're doing is, I say, you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to send all these kids to the freaking doctors so they can all go get COVID-19 tests, so they can kick up the numbers, try to say all these kids are suffering from COVID-19. There's not really a lot of people that's suffering from COVID-19. There's of course a reality of that, but here in Florida, this is a big time political state. We know it's a red state, and we know it's a Trump supportive state. So the whole thing, the more that they kick in these processes or these patterns or these systems or these fear tactics, the more people are going to send their kids. So now you got all these kids staying home from school, and half the other schools are sending or have all their students are. And my daughter's mother is a third grade school teacher. So she tells me all the stuff that happens in school. I know all the stuff. There's like 10,000 children not registered for school and not even on online school. So the whole thing is they're trying to bottle up this COVID-19 with, like how she said, with this coding thing, so they could actually make some finances off of this. So they can now have a special nurse in each school doing only testing for COVID-19. And they're going to get special funding for this special nurse and stuff like this. So the less you know about how this matrix system works, the more they are going to jam you up with it. They're going to trick you at every angle, and especially with kids and fear.
And I want to be clear here with the whole they. Okay. So when we talk about the matrix in itself is neutral, but you clearly have a dichotomy. You have people who are under it and people who are on top of it. And what the people on top of it have understood is that the people that are under it are, like what Sophia mentioned earlier, ignorant. Now, the ignorant masses, Bobby Hemmett said, are good for one thing, and that was dying. But what the people are on top of it will tell you is that for another thing, and that is the accumulation of wealth. So all these people that are on top of it have come up with all sorts of ways to extract energy from these batteries. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing simulations and scheme global scale with the pure intention of extracting wealth from the ignorant masses. Every little thing that happens on a wide scale, while it causes the general public to panic, it also causes them to spend their energy, their money at ridiculous rates. Everything from the world wars to terrorist attacks, all these things extract massive amounts of money from the ignorant public.
Tons of money. And that's what that's the bottom line. Finances, power, control.
It's silly, but I mean, it's the way it is. It's the way it's been for quite some time.
Are you hearing this thunder, man?
It's raining where I am.
We haven't got, it's no rain yet, but it's definitely clapping. Like it's ready for the orchestra to start. And I pay a lot of attention to nature in my yard and stuff like that. I can tell there's these big bugs. Now that the thundering is getting more and more, they're running really fast and they're hiding and they're putting themselves up under the leaves. So you can tell, and that's another thing like we lose with the artificial system. It's not just artificial intelligence, it's artificial systems too. Brick and mortar. The more we become associated with that, we lose connection with nature. And we're not able to look at the pattern of the ants or the pattern of lizards if you're in an area where there's lizards at, or just the pattern of birds and stuff like that, that you would know particular things are about to happen. You know, we now depend on Weather Channel and the Doppler radar and all kind of stuff to tell us natural phenomena. When you can just go outside and feel the atmosphere and smell the ions in the air, because that's what you're smelling. People, oh, it smells like rain. What you're actually smelling is negative ions.
Ooh. Well, not if you're social distancing, you can't smell that.
Exactly, because you're in the house.
Or you
got your mask on. Man, it's actually, like I said, the more we learn, the more it becomes fun to actually see through the foolishness, man. But it's also, laugh now, not necessarily cry later. But that's a duality too. We can laugh, but we also should feel compassion and empathy for those people who are not seeing the truth.
Yeah.
I am sympathetic and empathetic, I had to reach a particular part. You know, so it's just crazy, man.
There's a thin line between when you're dealing with the knowledge and education, self-education of this thing. There's a very thin line between becoming a them and a they. You know what I'm saying? The they, and I mentioned, they're marked by utilizing the matrix as a system of extraction from the ignorant masses. Now, really, the only fine line differentiating between a person who's gathered knowledge is that compassion. Because if you learn this information without compassion, you end up selling personalities for 10 grand.
120,000.
You know?
Exactly.
Without compassion, you end up becoming a predator and a parasite. You become an enemy of the people, you know, a leech, a vampire, right? An archon, a demiurge. That's what separates the Christ energy from these other parasitic energies.
And that's my only concern about the individual who consistently only works with the what's considered the demonic or left-hand path of the pantheon.
Yeah.
Because that right there will suck away your sympathy towards people, your compassion, your love.
Right.
When you deal with that, because that's your shadow self. That's your shadow egotistical self. You are that. You know, there's no Moloch or Satan existing somewhere in the ionosphere. That's existing within your mental atmosphere.
Right.
So the more you associate with that, there is no love and compassion there in those particular Satan. As you know, you go to a biblical sense, they say he's the father of lies. So you're lying to yourself if you think that's all you are. You know, like how we said earlier about the whole vampiric thing. That was a lie. There was truth in it, and there was empowering in it, and it was very interesting to experience it. But at the same time, it was a very selfish, self-centered, egotistical way of existence.
Yes.
Everybody that you came in contact with, you're sizing them up. Like, I can take this, I can just, right. You instantly start sucking their energy. You instantly lead them down the way that you want them to go with your conversation. You take control of all of it. There's no goodness in that. And nature doesn't even operate like that. All the other animals, when they watch a lion, you ever watch animal shows and a lion kills another animal? When you watch all the other animals looking over there, it's almost like they're in this meditative type of experience where they understand that cycle. They're not necessarily sad, but they understand it. I can't really explain, but everything becomes still and everything becomes silent. Like, you have to respect the power of death because this death is going to provide life for that particular species so they can continue to exist. So we got to all be still right now. We have to let this natural process take place. A lot of us don't know how to get that stillness within ourselves so we can let things that don't work within us die. And you mentioned that earlier about the winter solstice is approaching, and the winter solstice is the time for purging. Winter solstice is the time for letting what does not work fall away, like the leaves on the tree. It's not that it died. The tree, just because it don't have no leaves, is not dead. It goes into a meditative state. The grass turns brown because it goes into a meditative state. to save up the energy that it needs for the summer months. I got to get ready to get out of here. I'm gonna log off because now we're starting to mist up. I am in Florida. This can turn ugly real quick, and I have everything outside. So I'm gonna get this stuff together here, man, because it's starting to mist, thunder, wind blowing, dark clouds, and everything. So, Trav, you know, you are a awesome guy. Everybody in here is awesome. And I really appreciate this, man. I appreciate this. You know, this is awesome. So I'm thankful for each and every one of you. Now let me get myself out of this rain before it messes up my computer.
Be safe.
Peace, everybody.
Peace. Amazing. Really amazing. When I think about the aspect of compassion being necessary in order to properly advance, I can't help but think about these things that I'd rather not see. You know, we're dealing with these pedophiles and all these other secrets that are being exposed at this time. We're dealing with a lot of people who have learned to accumulate and rise in power with disregard to the ignorant, you know, parasiting off the ignorant in a very literal way. You know, it doesn't have to happen like that. That's a choice. That's a choice to behave in that way. But I mean, that's just an example of how extreme this lust for power can go.
But I also think that I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I think most of the time you get the phone call like Neil did, like the entity or the energies give you a phone call for you to be awake in a certain way. Like your subconscious mind, one way or another, will come out and just get that phone call and say, wake up, wake up, wake up. You know what I mean? And it will give you all the tools in the road for you to be awake. All the, like, how do I say, every corner that you turn, you'll see something that it will lead you to the same path as an energetic person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that you, like in the old times, they used to say, oh, you know, only a specific selected people can do this. And in a certain way, everybody can do it, but only a few can succeed to the whole system. This is the phone call when you awake. So I think that when you're talking about compassion, yes, you have compassion, but also it have to be other kind of factors before the energy even wakes you up. That's what I think. I don't know if that makes sense, but makes sense or not. But
it does. It does. Now, compassion, when I was referring to compassion, I mean, as far as the further up you rise, depending on the level of compassion you have for other human beings, really determines if you're going to veer off very hard to the left or to the right or stay centered. As far as that phone call that you refer to, I think the Bible puts it very well when it says, many are called, but few are chosen.
yes.
That when it comes to that phone call, all of us are constantly communicated with, but it's a matter of us reducing those filters from blocking that signal. I mean, how many times have you pointed out something magical to a common person and they just dismissed it as a cute coincidence? Whereas like you or I could see these things and keep track of them, be assured that there is more going on behind the scenes than just what our conscious mind perceives.
Right.
For example, the other night, I was studying myself into a bit of a funk. I was beginning to feel a bit down in the dumps. And then maybe because, you know, of my personal self-isolation to dedicate to this study, but I began to feel pretty bad about things. And I went out on a walk to clear some of my thoughts. And at a crucial moment, I look up at a license plate and I see 777. And that's when I realized, okay, what I'm doing is on the right track. Everything's moving along perfectly. And of course, right after that, I see a unicorn. So it's like, all right, okay, I'm on the right place. No need for any kind of doubt. Just continue along this path.
Right.
But I say that to say that these things are always communicating with us. It's just some of us filter it out and dismiss it.
And that's the hard part. That's the hard thing that I'm struggling with. Not that I'm struggling, that I probably like I need to develop a little bit more, like how to understand exactly what the energies are. Not exactly, but like, you know, just to like let it flow and find out, you know, like what they are trying to tell me. Because as you say, logic is up there, and it's just like sometimes I need to like let it go. But anyway, but yeah, you're right. You're eventually going to find out that's the right path for what you're going through.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're very cocky as human beings because we think that we give so much credit to our conscious mind, you know.
Yeah.
That it's up to us that certain things happen. We think it's up to us to make certain decisions. But with a little bit of observation, we realize what very small role our conscious mind plays in reality and the massive responsibility of our unconscious. Your unconscious has a lot to do with what happens in your life. I mean, think about it. From day zero all the way up to now, you had to learn how to walk, right? You had to go through trial and error of putting this foot out and then that foot, and then you realize your knees bend, and then you fall back, and then you try it again, and you realize you have to keep your thighs straight, and then you're deceived again because your hips bend and you fall down, and you have to take one step at a time, one step at a time. And after practicing correctly, you download that process as a pattern. And after you've mastered that pattern, you learn how to run, how to jump, you learn how to eat, how to drink, how to type on a computer. You learn through trial and error, and all these processes are solidified and compressed. And we build new processes on top of those processes, and they're compressed. And we build new processes, and these processes begin to function automatically, unconsciously. And our little bitty conscious mind scans around for things and processes and thinks, but it's our unconscious that's doing all the work, right? It's our unconscious that's breathing, blinking, thinking, walking, digesting, and in the background, it's calculating. It's assessing threats. It's predicting what needs to happen. It's picking up other sensory cues that it's actually filtering out from our conscious mind. You see everything in the room around you. You also hear everything, you smell everything, you taste everything, right? But your conscious mind is filtering out only what it believes to be necessary. Our conscious mind and us consciously understanding things in the moment is a task of false importance. We have this need to understand it all, but we have to also understand that it's not going to happen with the conscious mind, or rather, it doesn't matter if we understand it all right now, because the unconscious mind does understand it all, and it's processing everything. And eventually, when the time serves and proves to be necessary, it will all unlock for the conscious mind. You'll find it all unlocked. You'll find everything understood. It'll come as this random moment of insight. Oh my God, it all makes sense. Well, guess what? The unconscious mind already had it. It already understood it. It's just that a certain moment came where the conscious mind finally catches a bit of insight. This is how this process goes. This is why it's so important to study and to practice, even if you don't fully understand it. Just study and practice, because you're feeding that unconscious mind, which will eventually—
It's 5 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Which will eventually lead to your conscious mind having a moment of revelation. I'm going to sell personalities for $100,000.
That is a quite an interesting thing to say.
I don't know. I just wanted to share something really quick. I don't think this has anything to do with what you just said. This is just my development that I've noticed. I've written down a few questions that I needed to ask you. And the days have passed, so I've gone back to my questions to review so I can ask you. And now I understand what I didn't understand before. So I don't have the same questions I had before. It's just interesting. Once upon a time, just a few days ago, I didn't understand what I read, and now I do. So it's like, all right. I just thought that was interesting. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah. And what's kind of interesting is that for you to even ask a question means to some degree you already have the answer. You just, what's actually going on is that the conscious mind needs proof. It needs verification. Because you pose that question, which means that you had that thought. But the conscious mind, it needs proof. It needs resources. It needs for that information to be verified. That's why, to me, the sharpest weapon in the arsenal of the occultist is the question why. To continually ask why. You almost carve out the answer with that question.
Mm-hmm. Like the child, ask why.
Yes. Like the Fool card in the tarot. Step out to the unknown. You don't have to know that there's ground beneath that footstep. But taking that step is even more important than being certain of where your foot's going to land.
Okay.
The simple act of Chakma emanating from Kether made Binah manifest, because for that foot to step out meant that there had to be land to catch it. For that active male principle to emanate, by default of its creation, created a counterbalance, which was that feminine essence. So when the Bible talks about God pulling out Adam's rib and making woman, it's a very simplistic way of describing the process of the masculine emanating from God. And by that very nature, there has to be a feminine to receive that emanation. So how does that deal with us on that lower scale? Because that's the upper triad. That's the supernal triad, right? Then we've got the triad beneath it, and the triad underneath it that represents as conscious mind being received by the unconscious mind. Left brain and right brain. Logic and abstract.
Excellent. Great analogy.
Thank you. Do you want to share one of those questions you had?
Yeah. Okay.
For example.
It was in the Kabbalistic Tarot, and it is about, as been previously suggested, the choice of consciously traveling the paths one by one has the effect of speeding up what would otherwise be normal course of development. It also has the effect of speeding up the course of karmic action, so that one who becomes involved with the tarot for the purpose of developing self-knowledge, of exploring an inner universe, may suffer some serious problems, personal problems, at the onset. The reason for this is that a number of karmic debts are paid off at once, and the board cleared of some major impediments to understanding. So for some reason, I don't know why I couldn't understand that. Clearly I did, but I wasn't sure. And as we were sitting here, I said, let me go over this, and then it just came to me. So
so far, that's my favorite part of that book. She says so much, or he says so much there that talks about, you know, the initiation from that public consciousness to the consciousness of an adept. What are one of the things that you gathered from that piece?
let me see. Who says the choice becomes the child has an effect of speeding up? I just got from it. It's just like the onpouring of consciousness constantly coming down. It comes in its steps, it comes in its layers. And basically, I just kind of understood, that's how I was understanding it. That it's just coming in waves. Now, I don't know if that makes sense what I just said, but for some reason, I just understand it, but I can't really necessarily articulate it, but I just get it.
Yeah, and it does come in waves. Everything natural comes in waves. One of the most beautiful things about that portion of the book to me is that how left alone to our normal cycles and our normal patterns and our normal courses, we're going to go through different sets of turbulences and challenges in our life. You know, we're going to go through deaths, we're going to go through injuries, we're going to go through losses and gains and losses of those gains and gains of more losses. We're going to go through so many different things, as we see from all of our friends and family and anyone who's ever lived. But what happens when you embark upon the spiritual path and you're actually moving in the proper direction, you're going to notice an acceleration of these losses and gains, and they're going to accelerate so fast that they're going to nullify, right? Because we're dealing with an up and a down, like you said, waves. We're dealing with an up and a down. But working on a spiritual path is going to make that up and down happen so fast that it's going to become stable, right? So what you see is that there are a lot of people who just start out on the spiritual path. They might start working with demons or tarot, and they'll experience one of those dips that comes so quickly, and they'll all of a sudden give it all up. Oh my God, don't work with the tarot, don't work with demons. It's so bad. It's going to cause this to happen and that to happen. Guys, stay away from it. You know, they'll make YouTube videos why I, you know, went from being an occultist to a Christian again. You're going to see stuff like that happen because people hit that down for the first time. And it's terrifying because they're thrown off center.
I met someone like that, actually.
Me too.
Yeah. We connected big time. Mm-hmm. And I shared with her that I was into the occult, and we were really digging each other. And then she called me back later. I can't, you're a great guy, but I can't, because I had a visit, and I got to get back to the word of Christianity. And I was like, I understand. That's why the Spirit told me to tell you what I was into. Yeah. So, yeah, I met someone. She was petrified. She was petrified, but she was just that. She just had such a. You can just tell her spirit resonated.
Yeah.
You can just tell she was very powerful, and I can see why things happened for her very fast in her spiritual work when she was doing the occult. So she was like, it's real, it's real. And I say, yeah, I know, that's why I'm doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
So it seems that, you know, she may have hit a certain point that she wasn't sure how to handle. So she had to go back to a pattern she was familiar with, right?
Yeah. That's what she said. She said she got a visit from one of the spirits because she was working with some entities. She was doing some rituals. And I guess they came and presented themselves to her. And she was like, oh. She shitted herself, basically.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it talks about in that portion of the book. Those things happen at a rapid pace, right? And that's where a lot of people, on the flip side, they're like, yo, Trav, I started working with the spirits and this is happening for me. And I got this answered and I got this amount of money, or this girl slept with me, or this thing happened, this, you know, they start getting these rapid results. And then all of a sudden, oh, nothing's working. Oh, nothing's working. I give up, right? That's the second hurdle.
Mm-hmm.
But you understand that the acceleration, the karmic, what the book say, karmic,
karmic action. It also has the effect of speeding up the course of karmic action.
Yeah.
So one who becomes involved with the tarot for the purpose of developing self-knowledge, of exploring an inner universe, may suffer some serious personal problems at the onset.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's it.
Okay.
And once you're able to go over that little, you know, the honeymoon phase, right? Because, you know, in relationships, when people first meet, they go through the honeymoon phase and they do a certain thing a lot. And then it starts to cool off a little bit. As the honeymoon phase is over, there's a new phase. Well, that same thing happens with the magic. You start getting a lot of amazing stuff happen at first. Then it begins to cool off. Well, what's happening is a balancing of that karmic action, right? But what you're actually noticing is that now it's on a bigger scale of up and down. But as an occultist, you've got to learn how to stay centered no matter what happens. No matter if you go through a period like Job, where everything's taken away from you, or, you know, whatever. It's about learning to be the cause of the effects and not affected by the effects.
So when we first started the conversation, you was talking about like the train, and it was going, and it kept building as it kept going and making new tracks. That's kind of what you mean, like making sure you realign and balance things so you don't fall off on each side, and just don't take everything and beat yourself up with it, like whatever happens in life.
Yeah, because unlike a real train, the path isn't set for you. You're literally making the tracks as you're going. Now, to think that there is a track made for you already, that kind of just, you know, you just want to relax and kick back and, you know. But that's not how this science works. You've got to be present in the moment, and you got to be aware of what's going on so that you can calibrate. Just like playing chess, like we talked about earlier. You can sit back and look at your opponent and say, oh, I'm going to do this, 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 and this. And on the very first move, he throws off your whole plan. Now, what do? You panic and confusion, or do you calibrate? Because every move is a counterbalance of the next. So you've got to consistently be able to shift the balance to where it works out to move towards your goal. You can't do that if you don't know what your first goal is. Know your outcomes, know your outcomes, know your outcomes.
Yo, it's like, it's crazy that you say that though, because like I've been like practicing and like with the whole concept of like everything trickles down. So I usually will have like 2 events, and I would like play around and see which one comes first. And it feels like sometimes it's like layered perfectly for each instance to come. It's like, it's hard to explain. It's like let's say like there was a certain party that it was gonna happen. Someone scheduled it, but then right before that, you'll see certain things plan itself. It's weird. It's hard. Man, it feels like I'm creating a story outside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this shit is real weird. I'm experiencing this every day so far.
Yeah.
I don't know though. I don't know. So does this all come from like what you have layered and cemented on the etheric?
So that is how you begin to structure it or play with arranging the patterns in your favor on the etheric. But the higher up you go, in a way, the less you have to do, but the more you have to understand. There comes a level where you're focused less on controlling everything and more on understanding how things are going to play out anyways. Because for you to create that story and construct these patterns, that's a consistent process, which means that your limited amount of awareness is focused on finite things. Now, if you're able to free your awareness from having to be focused on these patterns all the time, you can focus on bigger things. But the only way to do that, to get to that point, is to put a certain number of patterns under subjugation. So the first steps involve knowing thyself, knowing what pisses you off, knowing what you worship, you know, what you just fall head over heels for, what you indulge in, you know, that set off any of your emotions. You figure those things out and you make them work for you. Then you move on to higher levels.
And higher levels you're talking about as in, what's your definition of higher levels?
Dealing with reality at large.
Dealing with reality at large?
The practice is your day-to-day life, you know, making, you know, declaring that someone is going to buy you lunch and then someone out of the blue offers to buy you lunch. That's fun.
Okay.
That's really cool, but that's still day-to-day lower levels. There are things that happen on a much higher scale that involves the general public, involves the whole world. Now, that's not really the goal for everyone, but it is a possibility. And this is when we talk about the Goetia, we got the lesser keys of Solomon and the higher keys. We've got low magic and we got high magic. All of low magic deals with the patterns of self, deals with the goetic spirits. And the goetic spirits are none other than the designations of the unconscious mind, which exist in the mansions of the moon. High magic deals with what happens in the higher self level and beyond. So that's what I say, after mastering the lower levels and the cycles of personality, then you move on to things that affect the universe. So instead of looking at your horoscope to decide what you're going to do, you do stuff and then check your horoscope and say, oh shit, it all lines up. Two different worlds.
You do stuff and like you purposely do stuff and then later on realize that they lined up with your horoscope.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what's crazy that you said that? Because I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, yo, the way that everything was planned out, it was like, it's planned out perfectly, like what I want to do. And then I looked at like old natal chart readings. It's like, this is the right amount of time. Because you know how it says like around this period of time, this planet is supposed to like activate higher or something like that. Like, you know what they say, like in a year or 6 months from now, this is when this should come through. I don't know. I see what you're saying though, just to make things short. This is crazy. This is crazy.
The thing about compassion, again, why I was saying that compassion is so important, the higher up you go, is because when you start dealing on these higher levels, you're not only affecting your own life, but the lives of many others. And if you people, then, you know, who gives a fuck, right? Cause World War III as long as it'll make you happy. But when compassion is involved, you take these things in consideration. You don't just do stuff because you understand that every choice you make is going to affect everybody. The more that the more it becomes aware of us.
Speaking of that, oh man, I had an experience with that. Oh yeah, that shit is fucked up. Like this, you got to be real serious about that, man. For real, for real. I don't even want to explain what happened, man. Just know that shit is crazy. Damn.
Oh.
Damn.
You all right, Sophia?
Oh my goodness.
You all right?
Doing it again.
Just the smoke?
Okay.
Sophia, can you hear us?
Sophia?
I'm in the bath.
You're in the bath?
She in the bathroom?
All right, I'm gonna do this. Whenever you're ready, just take yourself off mute. Yeah. All right. Well, that's cool. You know.
And this is like with the same when you used to talk about affirmations, and you know, that's when they both yeah, that's where the affirmations like the thought patterns from those affirmations like get concrete at the etheric level.
Yes. Yeah. See, our minds are, on one hand, pattern-seeking machines. We're looking for patterns constantly. We're geared and hardwired to do that. On the other hand, our minds are manifestation machines. We recognize patterns and we manifest them. Again, like the train that's producing its tracks. So if we have patterns that we're running in our computer system, we're going to continue manifesting them, even if they don't serve us. Hence why it's so important to recognize the patterns that are running in our lives. How do we recognize them? By observing what's been manifested this whole time. And if we don't like it, change it, replace it. Don't just cancel a pattern, replace it with a better one. Now, if you continue this train of thought, you can start to understand that you can create the life that you want by installing the proper programs. It is as easy as it sounds, but we like to make things difficult.
Is on the process, John, doing like in hermetics, you're knowing your negative traits, doing your shadow work basically? Okay.
That's such a profound exercise. That exercise alone, for the person who follows through with it, is worth, you know, the price of the whole book and more.
Really, because that's what I haven't moved beyond the first section where I have to go over my mastery of thoughts. And when I do the nourishment with food, where you impregnate your food with your wish. So I've been staying there for the last weeks. I haven't moved further. Now I'm about to move further now because I really wanted to hone that ability.
And I understood that you're not alone in that sentiment. I know that just from a lot of the comments and discussions, a lot of people were, they felt the profound impact of the first few exercises. And a lot of people were saying, you know, I'm just going to chill on this one until I get it right. So that's basically why I stopped talking so much about that book, because I realized that a lot of people actually were doing the exercises, and that was awesome. I didn't want to rob anyone of the experience of naturally developing through that book. So pretty much stopped talking about it, because a lot of people are still working on those initial steps. And to me, that's more important than, you know, doing a bunch of videos about that book. I would rather you work on that process from the heart, because the change that come from it, you know, that's worth it to me.
I'm sorry, which book is this? I missed that part.
Initially into.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. My bad. Oh, yeah, you can hear my little girl.
Yeah, I'm still working on that book. I'm still doing the meditations and repeating mantras. Like, yeah. I feel that I was reading a little bit more forward the book, The Initiation to Hermetics, but then I kind of like, okay, doing this every week, I think it's going to be like not having experience to see the results of what you needed it to get into.
Right.
So right now, I still doing the mantras, I still doing the water, like activated in the water, activated in the food. Like if I drink juices or stuff like that, I picture things, the benefits of that. So I'm like, I just put that thoughts into what I'm doing on the daily basis. Then we talk about with that book about being yourself as an object, or being yourself as I guess like be a cat if you have to be a cat, and you'll be able to, you know, experience these things like the book says. So pretty much, believe it or not, like I just trying to picture myself to be like the eyes of the cats, that they can see a lot of stuff in the dark. Oh my God, I have like 5 cats in my house, like literally in the yard coming. Maybe they're trying to teach me something. I'm like, I have no idea, but they literally in my house now, like everywhere in the yard of my house. To the point my mom, she's like, oh, those are your children. I'm like, But anyway, doing these practices, we have to take a little bit of like, for me, I had to take a little bit slower, but
Right.
not to give up and continue the steps. So yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that either everyone is right there with you, you know, doing these steps and really wanting to take their time with it because they're seeing the power of it. It's either that or, you know, the very few that didn't start reading it yet. But yeah, the book is extremely powerful. And if that's where you're at, then you're on the right track.
I start seeing results actually. It happens, not that I started. I think I probably have seen results in the past, but now I'm paying more attention to the results that I noticed. Like last 2 weeks ago, I have one of the girls at my job. She tells me, you know, I wanted to learn how to read the tarot cards.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm starting to like develop myself and learning some of that, and I can definitely read it for you. So meanwhile, I have read like the Qabalah with the tarot, the book that you recommend me, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to put myself in a test, but also I'm going to see how much it works for this young lady as well. I didn't charge nothing. Okay, this one was something that, you know, we both agreed to do. So she's asked me a couple of questions, and she knows how to play cards. So I told her to put her energy on the cards, that I was not going to touch them. I'm like, just do it yourself. Pull up the past card, the present, the past, present, and future. That's all that I know so far. I don't know anything about systems or anything like that. All that I need to know, let's see how accurate I can be on her readings. So she started playing with the cards, and I'm like, pick the card. So I'm like, just pick a card. So she definitely picked the cards from the future, not even picking up from the past or from the present. Card that it was laying from the future. So she picks the card, and then she asks me the question. Neither I tell her yes or no. I'm like, here you answer it's possibilities. So she has the abundance card, the ones with the stars, the oh my God, how you call those? The cards that contain the stars. The gift one, that the universe gives you a gift. Oh my God, how you call those? Jesus Christ, how do you call those? Anyway, the point was that we were doing the second reading, and she kind of like was looking to pick the card. And before she even picked the card, I already saw that she was going to pick a specific card. And I'm saying to my head, I bet you that she's going to pick that card turning to the left. Guys, she was keep playing and playing and playing, and to the point that she ended up picking the card that I already had in my head. So then she asked me about her boyfriend, because she's dating a boyfriend, the typical questions of young girls with the boyfriend. Is he the one? If he's not the one. So I cannot even tell her yes or no, he's the one, or maybe not, he's not the one. I am asking her, instead of me saying yes or no, I am asking her, what do you think? She's like, no, he's not the one. I'm like, well, are you sure he's not the one? She's like, no. So I'm like, well, maybe that card can represent possibilities where you're going to have to determine whether he is your boyfriend or whether he is not your boyfriend. You're going to have to figure that out in the road. You're going to have to figure out why you are with him. Eventually, you're going to know what is majority of the possibilities where he stay with you or where he probably decide to leave away from you. But you need to be prepared, because that card that you pull up indicates possibilities, which has the infinity around the card. So I was like, that could probably indicate a possibilities where you're going to have to decide based on his, based on his actions, based on what he shows you, and you're going to be able to determine if he's the right or not. So there was no really, for me, there was no like saying yes or no or confirming something that she wanted to hear. For me was to figure it out what was in her mind, where she needed it to understand her own decisions. Like she needed it to see in her own subconscious that she has the answers for her questions. So she kind of like told me that her parents, her mom apparently was a shaman. And of course, when you are shaman and you get all these energies and you get to see all the spirits, the first thing that we are turning to is to Christianity. So this is where she's at, or she was at. And now she's trying to understand a little bit more of the tarot readings and energies readings. So she's kind of like trying to discover herself. So she kind of like curious to ask about the tarot. So then I was like, well, you're going to have to buy the tarot, and then you're going to have to buy the books, and then you're going to have to start to read and understand the meaning of each one of those cards. But also you need to understand that just reading the meaning of the cards means nothing. You have to understand and be able to read the person's energy in order for you to become a good reader. So she's like, I kind of know it. I'm like, well, then don't ask me something that you already know. I'm like, ask me something that you think you don't know, and then I'll be able to help you out. But other than that, I'm like, I can't help you out because you already know the answers. I'm like, all these cards that you pull it up out of your head, you pulled out the answers. So she was questioning also about a business that she wants to open. She studied printing, some kind of like a printing business, and she wants to open it. The cards was indicating that she is going to be successful, because it's not that the cards indicated, it's because she wants to be successful. So it's pretty much where me trying to read more than the card, I'm trying to read what is in their mind in order for me to give them a little bit of help for them to find the answer of what they're looking for. So that's what so far I've been learning with the tarot cards and concepts. I don't know if I'm right or if I am wrong, but I know that, well, I am learning to understand it more. That's the better answer. But I do notice that I can see when they can pick the cards that they wanted it to pick. I can see that already in the vision. I can see it. So practicing with this book is allowing me to see a little bit more faster than before. So
yeah. So that's really good, because surprisingly, a lot of people leave out the aspect of taking into consideration the person you're reading for with the actual reading. Because the thing about the tarot readings is they're not set in stone. They're a representation of the fluctuational energies that are happening in YESOD. And remember, we talked about earlier that YESOD is the receptacle of the other 8 emanations of the Tree of Life. And because there are so many influences involved, it's in a constant state of change. That's why you can pull tarot cards for somebody, the same question, and you'll get different cards every time, and they could still mean the same thing, because the energies are literally changing every second. But it's not chaos. There is a pattern to this change. but knowing that pattern, it's kind of like a cipher. You've got to have a key to recognize the changes. And when it comes to tarot, that key or that cipher is the individual that you're reading for. All the readings have to be, in a way, tailored to the person that you're reading for. So I'd say that's a pretty intuitive way that you're going about doing it.
Yes, exactly. And trying not to just be like, you know, a psyche reader on just to read and study a book and memorize everything on that. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's wrong. I like to understand that, obviously, but I just don't want to have for example, what do you call this guy? The magician. I just don't want to have the magician and tell her, oh, you know, you're going to be a magician, or you're going to be a powerful human being, or whatever it might be. Like, you know, like magician also, I learned that the magician also represents you as a magician, be able to understand the powers of the elements, because she has the elements in there, which I do understand. That I've been reading it, and also in YouTubers and all these people, they've been teaching that. But for her, what is the magician represent? So when she told me that she was I was working with a patient, and then she was playing with the cards and putting her energy in the cards. She's like, the first thing that when I was playing with the cards, she's like, the first thing that it would fall on the floor, it was the magician. So I'm like, well, that probably means that you're already a magician yourself, where you have the capacity to understand your questions. I'm like, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are a demonic human being. I'm like, it's just that you probably have already that capacity within you, that you have the answers to the questions that you're going to ask me. And then she's like, oh, you know what? My mother, she was a shaman, and perhaps that was what the card is trying to tell you. I'm like, if that's what you wanted it to interpret it, or that's how I think that I can interpret it for you, that's what it means. So she's like, oh, okay. So now I'm going to go and buy myself a book. She's like, and I'm going to go and start making. Now she decided to make cards. She wants to copy the cards, the tarot cards, but she wants to make it in a different design, because she wants to make business and printing and all that. So I was like, that's a good thing. So yeah.
Right. So the individual that you're reading for has to be recognized as the cipher and the key, because when you study the tarot from the reputable sources that we are using, you'll see that there's multiple definitions of what a card could mean, because the cards don't have a particular meaning. They are images that represent energies, just like what Dion Fortune was talking about in this chapter on YESOD. We have these energies that are represented by certain symbols or sigils. And it's through these symbols or sigils that we gain access to these energies. So in dealing with the tarot, it's a system of all the different energies possible in the universe. And the reason that they have multiple possible meanings is because it really is tailored to the situation that we're reading for. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to know the person that you're doing a reading for, although that would help a bit. But it's just to give us a focal point to really pin down which aspect of the card is presenting itself to us. YESOD is a powerful sphere. It is the sphere that we perform all of our magic in, right? There's not much magic we can do in the physical plane that is going to affect the physical plane. All the magic that we do takes place on the etheric realm or higher. Because as Dion said, you're not, just because you're initiated into a sphere doesn't necessarily mean that you have access to the power that's used there. You only have the ability to use that power when you're initiated into the sphere higher up. So in other words, to make change on the Malkuth physical plane, you've got to be utilizing the processes in YESOD. Not to make change on the YESOD sphere, you've got to be able to utilize what's going on in HOD, and it continues. So in other words, to make it practical, if you want to change something in the physical plane, you've got to go into the YESOD realm, which is the realm of archetypes, the realm of patterns and cycles. Now, in order to change this realm of patterns and cycles, you've got to be familiar with what's going on in HOD, which is the realm of representations of energies, right? When you're dealing with the sphere of HOD, the sphere of Mercury, this is the sphere of representations of energies, right? The figures of spirits, the images on the tarot cards. The realm of HOD is the realm of magic, and the realm of magic is the realm of focal points for the different energies. If you want to deal with abundance, HOD is the sphere where you recognize exactly what to focus on to bring that abundance energy down. If you want to focus on something sexual, or if you want to focus on expanding your awareness, your consciousness, or of a particular subject, there's got to be a concrete symbol that you focus on. Now, what happens in YESOD is that you interact with that sigil or that symbol. And through the interaction, you're bridging the connection between you and that energy that you're connecting with. And you use that symbol to pull that energy through, to pull it down, to work with it. And then you're able to allocate where that energy goes on the material plane. So this is why correspondence is so important in your ritual. This is why you want to have certain colors. This is why you want to have certain little objects. This is why you do specific things in your ritual. It's not because the things are magical in themselves. It's not because amethyst is so powerful. It's because amethyst is a figure of a representation of an energy. And it's only when you really understand that, when you really have power over these objects. Goodness gracious.
So I just gathered a moment ago that you using, I forgot, I think you said a flower or some sort of, I don't know, gem or stone. But I think Frank in Initiation to Hermetics, he said you can impregnate your wish with anything.
Yes.
Soup, because he says that the coldness, it contracts. And so it's just, you were just saying these different things. And I was just saying that it's almost like, it throws me back to that video with Bobby Hemmett when he said he was sick and he got the peach soda or something like that. And he said, heal me or whatever. And then he was okay.
Yes.
So it just goes back to what you're saying. It just stems from your own consciousness. And you're just giving it more power to manifest itself for you. Okay.
Because look at that cold peach soda was just a peach soda, but he used that symbol to pull down a certain energy. He used that symbol of peach soda to be the connection between a healing energy and the object that he's focused on. This is how we use magic. We identify particular objects or anything that we can sensory interact with, and we utilize those objects as focal points to draw down energy. So you're absolutely right. We can use anything. What happens when I take somebody who's never heard of any magical chakra book and I give him an amethyst crystal and tell him to do magic with it? He's not going to tap into what everyone taps into amethyst for. He's going to use that as a focal point for whatever he needs. This is why you've got, people who have nothing but really want something. They're able to tap into whatever they got to make it happen. That's magic.
Mm-hmm. Mind over matter.
Mind over matter. And what do you know? There's a science to it. It's detailed in Initiation into Hermetics and Mystical Qabalah. Who would have thought?
Well, it's interesting that you're talking about that part of the science too. I am going to take a course, online course, of course. We, of course, it has to relate with the Kabbalah, and I like to extend knowledge myself too. So this Kabbalah, the part of this Kabbalah I'm talking about, it is not necessarily Hermetic Kabbalah. It's more like philosophy Kabbalah, right? Which they do, the philosophy, they do understand that there is a spiritual part of, of the humankind, of human being. But the program consists in taking the Kabbalah and understanding the human body itself. The guy who teaches this is actually a Kabbalah Jewish doctor up there in Spain. He moved to Spain and studied medicine. Mm-hmm. And actually, I think it's Chile. Either way, I know he's like, I think he's from Chile, South America. But he's Jewish. And of course, he was educated with Kabbalah, and he was trying to study our Kabbalah, the Hermetic Kabbalah. But of course, he is being so logical type of mind. He said that he didn't click too much, but he does understand that, and he does believe that there is a spiritual part. And he himself say that he is also a scientist, and he does believe and understand that there is the spiritual on this whole thing. So he wanted to break down the system of Kabbalah, not like a break it down, but understand the structure and understand how the human body works with the Kabbalah itself. Because of course, when you study the human body, you study the human body itself. So the interesting part of this guy is that he actually he's an oncologist for cancer patients, and he treats a lot of these patients. And he was mentioned that on his studies on the Kabbalah for 20 years, he's like, I quite of like wanted to understand Kabbalah and combine it with the human cells and understand how cells behave. And I know for a fact that, well, when I was studying microbiology, I do have that concept myself too, that wait a minute, the cells, the human cells, they have a form of behavior. So this guy actually comes and he just literally was just saying that the cells, they do have this structure of behaviors, but we find that structure of behavior on our DNA. So the interesting part that he say is that, of course, my favorite cells on the whole world, it's what we call the mother cells or the stem cells. I just love the stem cells. He was talking about the stem cells, and he'd say that, which we already knew, that the stem cells, they have a very specific program. Just we're talking about programs again, Travis. Even the cells have a program, and the program is what we call DNA. So the interesting thing was that he said that when the stem cells are made, the stem cells receive a program, and in that program, they have to go and travel all the way down to the kidneys, if it's just a sample, or they have to go to the heart and they will program themselves to go to the heart. Or if the stem cells needs to become, let's say, part of the lymphatic system, the stem cells will be programmed. Okay, so how do we program it? It's because we have certain things that we call proteins. So each protein has a sequences. So those sequences has a specific program where these stem cells are going to become. They're going to convert as a kidney, or they're going to convert as a heart. They're going to convert in whatever specific situation is. You guys understand me? Am I confusing you? No? Please tell me if I am confusing you. Travis? Continue. All right, Travis. I always ask the students that. Am I understand you guys? Okay, so the story is this. The stem cells, he was mentioned that the stem cells are actually quite interesting because when it becomes cancer, those cells are actually discovering themselves that they can program themselves to something else. The stem cells already understand, wait a minute here, wait a minute. You telling me that I am so powerful cell that I can convert myself in everything I want? It's not just me becoming a heart cell. It's not just me becoming as a kidney cell. Wait a minute, I can do everything I want. So the cell itself is capable to understand that she or he can convert in everything that she wants or he wants. So this is remind me as the magicians because we have that same behavior. So then I was like, I am going to take this program. It's going to be in a couple of months in November, and I'll be happy to share whatever I can share because these guys, one of the guys is from Spain and the other one is from Chile. So the information is going to be pretty interesting on that. But as far as I found out is that those cells can actually, well, based on his research, because this guy is a research guy. This is not some mambo jumbo. He has a department research on his own country. And he and his group of researchers find out that the cells discovering themselves, like they can break down that code, that DNA code, those sequences of DNA and RNA, they can break it down. And when they break down, there's one behavior that they want to have. It's the living for eternity. They want to live forever. And what is the cancer cells do? They wanted to live forever. They don't want to die. They keep producing and producing and producing and producing until they produce the mass that it comes in the body. So this is where they wanted to try to see if if he can do some research based on the Qabalah, because Qabalah has a lot of the answers and many things. So he wants to work on that and you know, and see how far his research can goes by. But of course, you know, I'm going to have to continue and take the courses. But it's a pretty interesting thing to get into. So yeah, I'll be happy to share that.
So just to clarify what you said about what you're seeing so far, when these cells do recognize their autonomous nature, when they recognize they're able to become anything
they want.
Are you saying that typically when they come to this realization, they produce a cancer?
Yes, because they wanted to live forever. And remember that cancer cells don't die. They just wanted to replicate and don't die.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I wonder how humanity as a whole.
Yes, exactly.
Well, it's interesting that when people do get a little bit of information without guidance from an experienced individual, they usually turn this wonderful magic into a type of cancer.
Yeah. And he did mention that magic itself, spiritual magic and science. He's like, we are the same. We are not separate from one another. It's science and magic. We are bind. No matter what other scientists might say, we are binded, and I am agree with that. We are binded no matter what. It's just a system that cannot be separated. And perhaps the director of the Qabalah school from Spain, he was saying that even with the philosophy, he's like, you have to understand that what we used to call magicians in the past, they were actually scientists. It's like, or vice versa, or whatever it might be. But at the end of the day, it was just trying to understand the structures of, you know, of Kabbalah itself, or magic itself, or hermetics themselves. You never know. I mean, you know, but it's just to be able to understand the concepts of energy and the spiritual world and all that. So we are not different from science. We're not that far away from science. Now science is far away from us, whether they like it or not. I mean, That's the way it is.
There's an old saying that says, if a civilization of advanced technology were to make itself known, their science would be indistinguishable from magic. So I think that
Right.
was a tongue-in-cheek way of saying that magic is a type of science. It's just not
It
properly
is.
understood by most people.
Right.
We're coming to
Right.
prove that with these discoveries that we're making here.
Exactly.
We're stuck on science based in the material plane. We're so stuck on that. And even as
Yeah.
Dion mentioned in this chapter, it's impossible to describe a plane with its own elements. That's the same thing as trying to define a word with that same word in the definition, right? What does abundance mean? Oh, abundance means to be abundant. Well, that doesn't make sense because you still haven't defined what abundance means. That's like trying to describe what's going on in nature with terms of nature only. So that whole concept there relates to how to have power in a certain sphere, you've got to utilize what's going on in the realm above it. The physical plane is made up of a million, billion, trillion patterns. But the etheric plane, the plane where these patterns actually reside. And in adjusting these patterns, we adjust what happens on the physical plane. How do we do that? By first recognizing the patterns that are inherent in your life. Just analyze yourself for a 24-hour period. What do you do without thinking, right? Why is it when you first wake up, the first thing you reach for is the coffee or the phone, right? Why is it that we go to these apps? What is it that you get out of the app? Who are you looking for specifically every time you cut on your phone? You know, why do you do the things that you do every day? What are you deriving from them? If you analyze these patterns about yourself, you start to learn a lot. You learn what you have a deficiency of, right? If you don't feel like you have enough connection with humanity, you may be trying to find it in other places, right? Or if you feel like you've got too much of something, you might find that you behave a different way. But in recognizing these patterns, you can now see what needs to be worked on or what you're strong at. And oftentimes, if you're unable to find a proper answer, you can utilize spirits, right? And now how does that work? You have to first identify an energy that you want to tap into, and you find an associated image, sigil, deity that corresponds with that energy you're trying to tap into. And through working with that spirit, image, deity, whatever, you gain access to that energy. And through repeated practice of working with this spirit, image, entity, through repeated practice of working with that energy, you start to accumulate memory, you start to accumulate data, you start to build a trance state that you can tap into with words of power. So it's not like the words of power come from a mysterious book that automatically gives you power over spirits. No, it's by you working with the spirit or the energy involved with that spirit, and by triggering that state with specific words or sigils, images, you begin to build a connection with that energy. And if there's something in your life that's lacking that energy, by you repeatedly invoking that state and drawing that energy down through that invoked state, you begin to fill in the gaps in your life where you're lacking. This is a science that blends psychology and physics.
Yep. Yep.
You don't get it from just reading about it. You get it from trial and error, from practice.
Yeah, that's true. That is exactly what this guy was saying. The guy that runs the program for the Qabalah is a philosophical Qabalah. He's a psychologist too. So himself, it's, you know, mentioned the same thing you're mentioned. It comes, from a spiritual perspective, it comes from psychological perspective, and it comes from, physics themselves. So now this other guy, like I was telling you, he was trying to understand the anatomical structure of the cells and understand how that works combined with the Kabbalah itself. So I found it pretty interesting. So we're repeating the same things, you know, like the same systems, the same concepts, whether it's magic, whether it's physics, whether it's what do you call it, psychological, whatever it might be. It's we have the same thing, different terminologies, but the same concepts at the end of the day.
That's right. There's no escape from Qabalah. Qabalah is the root of all consciousness, or at least Qabalah is the perfect map to describe what's going on.
Right.
So that we become aware of the matrix, the more the matrix becomes aware of us. It's a web. And if you vibrate the web, the spider awakens. It's a question to who can figure out what's going on first. If you're too slow, the spider will eat you.
Tell me about that. It's complaining to my mom.
Much detail in the next 3 months.
Oh yeah, I will share. I can't wait for that. I'm telling you. They're actually offering one right now for Qabalah and Psychic, like, you know, like the cards. This woman works with you know, works with the system of a tarot system in Qabalah. But I think I have like a lot of information. I'd rather to spend the money wisely in something that I wanted to understand pretty deep than, you know, learning the tarot cards with her, but with tarot cards and stuff like that, I'm learning with you guys, and I'm learning with the books, and I'm like, all right, so if I ever need it in the future, I will come back to her. But right now, if I'm going to invest in learning classes, I'm like, I'd rather to invest it with the human body, of course, and how the medical system works with the Qabalah. All right, Travis, I gotta get going. I'll see you Thursday, definitely. And it was fun. I did enjoy the conversation today. It was a good learning, man. It was a good experience. Thank you for everything. I'll see you Thursday, bro. Take care, bro. Bye, guys.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, Trav. I had like a questions / clarifications. So when you said Merkaba, that like triggered basically, like, to my understanding, in like Vedic astrology, it revolves around the moon, because your moon is your mind. And when you said Merkaba, I remember I watched a video about how basically like our mind is our vehicle we use to quote unquote like go to these different dimensions or like different perceptions. And that got me thinking about how when she said in the YESOD text that it proves and corrects the designing of the representations and disposes the unity with which they are designed without diminution or division. And that got me thinking about the property of number 9, how if you add a number to it, so like 9 plus 3 is 12 and 1 plus 2 is 3. So like 9 reflects that number back to itself. And then if you multiply by 9, the derivatives add up to 9. So like when you deal with 9, it doesn't change whatever is like dealing with it. It only reflects it back. So is that like a sound understanding of it?
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing how it even reflects in the numbers.
Yeah, that was like a big realization for me, is that like just dealing with the numbers, like why is YESOD 9 or like why is Hod 8 or whatever. So it's like, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I always had a fascination with that, how, like you said, any number that you multiply by 9 adds up to 9. And I didn't think about the other thing you said, how if you add a number to it, the sum of it equals that number. And even though, you know, it can be trivial, it can be cute or whatever, but just that alone is symbolic of energy that resonates around the number 9, which is the same energy that resonates around YESOD.
Yeah. And like how you were talking about how cycles and patterns, and how 9 is the end of a cycle, but the cycle just repeats back to itself. So that's like other YESOD thing.
Right. We've always learned that 9 represents the completion of a cycle. Holy shit.
Yeah. And even like after 9, you just get 1 and 0, like 10, but that just reduces back to 1. So it's not like I want to read. I'm gonna do research on the like more of the mathematical part of it, because it was a really interesting like note.
Amazing.
But
yeah, cool. That's something that I knew, but I didn't put it together with this. That's awesome.
Yeah. And then when you were talking about like how YESOD is the vision of the machinery of the universe, so that's just how the universe works, off of like frequency, vibration, and like rhythm and all that, right? Like, is that what's meant by that?
Yeah. When I see it, I mean, I guess because of the studies that I'm undertaking right now with neuro-linguistic programming, I'm seeing that everything is based on cycles and recognizing cycles. Everything. Even same old me in the chat mentioned at the beginning of this how astrology is like one giant clock, right? When you look at how the different planets are moving supposedly in a circle, and how the different combinations of where the positions are determine what type of energy is funneled down into our physical plane. To me, that just designates and denotes the work and activity of all these different cycles, and understanding, at least functionally, how this works and why it works helps us to understand ourselves. And to me, that's the vision of the machinery of the universe. Because also what she talks about is there's different levels of the universe. There's the microcosm to the macrocosm. The macrocosm, God himself, and then underneath that we've got the angels and the mechanics that work on the machine. Then under that we've got the chakras, right? And then under that we've got the actual planets of astrology. So all those different things are different levels of the machinery.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But understanding the patterns of the chakras, understanding the patterns of the angels, which somebody mentioned in the chat earlier, I think it was Framestar Films who said it, how when we were talking earlier about what angle of the conversation you want to enter and how a person's cycles are going a certain way, and if you're not able to break through to them directly, you've got to come at an angle. Well, isn't the word angels derived from angles, right?
Yeah.
You talk about how when you apply the, say for example, the Shimham Mepharash around the wheel of the zodiac, right? Because they also line up with the tarot cards as they're laid out around the wheel. Each one of those cards represents one of the angels. So each one of the potential aspects of these tarot cards represents an angle that the energy of light can filter through, the energy of God, the Most High.
Okay.
By default, depending on what day you were born, is a denotion of what type of energy you carry.
Yeah. And I mean, like, that was one of the biggest realizations for me in astrology, was that like my personality has been written down in a book, you know what I mean? Like, before I even knew about it. So it's like like the probability of me choosing something, someone could get the answer just based off of my birthday.
That's right. And see, when I got that book, the Secret Relationships of Birthdays, I think that's what really triggered and spurred me into the direction of needing to understand psychology. Because see, I took that book everywhere I went, and I asked everybody, what's your birthday? Had them look at the book. Every single person, to no exception, even the skeptical ones, wow, that sounds just like me. wow, this book describes my personality. Everybody. Now, at
Yeah.
first, I'm thinking, you know, oh, wow, this is pretty cool. But then I started really thinking about it. I thought that there were millions of combinations of people and everyone's a unique snowflake. How is it that there is a book that has everybody's personality written in it? How? And that got me thinking to study psychology and the patterns of people and why we behave the way that we do. And I've come to find that there's even less variations than what that book is generous. Even less than that.
Yeah, I remember when you dropped that video. I got the audiobook for that. I still have it on like Audible. But yeah, that's a helpful reference for sure.
Extremely. I know people, you know, in my life that are just stuck on that mind explosion right there. They haven't even gone past it after 4 years. But you know, everyone's at their own level.
Yeah.
I show
For
it.
the oh no, you go.
I was gonna say I showed it to my. I don't know. There's certain people in my life that know about that phenomenon because they were here the whole time I was doing that little experiment. And it just blows my mind that they're not impressed by it at all, that they're not curious. Like, if you knew that your personality was written in a book that you knew nothing about, wouldn't you be curious as at least to why that's true? You know, they just laugh it off. Oh, that's cool. Like, yeah, it's cool, but don't you want to know why?
Yeah, exactly. Like for me, I think that a lot of people are like scared of that. Like kind of like, I mean, I felt that too, because it's like I didn't even know myself. And to think that like a book knew more about myself than I did is kind of like intimidating.
Yeah, I can see that.
But for astrology, the thing that like kind of like broke the camel's back, so to say, for me was that I had a reading with Santos. This is like, I think like 2 years ago, my first astrology reading. And we went back to the date that my mom made her transition, and I had the general time. And my moon was, or like, yeah, my moon was transiting Saturn on my chart, like at that same exact time. So I was like, that didn't me. I was just like, okay, like I can't, because like I couldn't make any of that shit up. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And after that day, I was like, okay, I have to like study this. Yeah.
Wow. It's literally a giant clock.
It was literally to the time. Like I was like, oh, it was around like 10 a.m. And he showed me on the wheel. He was like, yeah, this is from like 8 to 10 a.m. And that's when I was like, wow. Like,
now,
yeah.
see, that right there, what you just said, that points to what Dion Fortune was talking about in this chapter, where she said that there are secret maps and secret charts that talk about the different cycles that are designated through time. I don't remember which verse that was exactly, but that's a perfect example of that. And I mentioned for a basic starter kit to look up the Farmer's Almanac. But talking about that at.
Yeah, I think that was. I'm trying to find it too.
Yeah, here we go. It's on 17, verse 17.
Okay.
Basically, it will be seen from above that YESOD Luna is ever in a state of flux and reflux, because the amount of sunlight received and reflected waxes and wanes in a 28-day cycle. Malkuth Earth, and that's something that we didn't mention here, how she talks about Malkuth and YESOD have the same spirit double, right? So
yeah, that was something that I was gonna ask you about.
So in the etheric plane, Earth and the moon have the same etheric body. It's not a separate one for each. And this points to why the moon and its cycles are so intricately related to what happens on Earth during those cycles. Yeah, likewise, Malkuth Earth has a 365-day cycle, of which the phases are marked by the equinoxes and the solstices. It is the interacting set of these tides which is all important to the practical occultist, because so much of his work depends upon them. The charts of these tides have always been kept secret, and some of them are exceedingly complex, like the one that you saw. As these concern the secret workings, the genuine and legitimate occult secrets, which are only given after initiation, they cannot be dealt with in these pages. Enough has been said, however, to indicate that certain tides in the lunar ether exist and are important, and that students of the occult are probably wasting their time if they try to operate without the necessary charts.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's because I heard from an astrologer that there's like the gates of, like, basically when the planets transit, that the day we were born, the same planets transit, like that's like a gateway for your death, but it doesn't have to be your death. It's just like I guess like a little gateway. So you could choose if you wanted to leave through that gateway at that time, but obviously that's like a adept decision,
right,
to be able to consciously leave your body like that.
But it's been done. I mean, I don't know if you've watched any of C. Freeman L's videos, but apparently if you look at the numbers, he passed at a very significant time in relation to his own chart. I think Brother Panic went over that in one of his videos.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've like listened to, I wouldn't say a lot of C. Freeman L, but because I know there's a lot more to listen to, but a significant amount. But I didn't hear that from Panic. But yeah, I know that C. Freeman L was talking about people leaving from their crown chakra, and not like not their medulla oblongata, I think.
Right.
Yeah. But all right, because I had from what we just read about the etheric double, from because when you last week you talked about the circuit of force, and I got that book, and she said here, it's on page 17, but she says she's talking about Malkuth, and she says the sphere of the elements and therein is an important key to the Kabbalistic thought, bearing in mind the fact that the microcosm is the mirror of the macrocosm. Let us remember that there must be a sphere of elements in man, and that it is not his physical body that is his Malkuth, but his etheric double. Can you talk about that?
Which verse was that one on?
Oh, it's in the circuit of force.
Oh.
Yeah. You talked about it last week. You showed us that picture from it, so then I ended up buying it. And
gotcha. Okay.
Because yeah, it's on page 17, towards the bottom of the page.
Okay, and she's talking about the Muladhara chakra.
Yeah. Because from my understanding, I thought YESOD would have been the etheric double.
Right. It is. But it's one and the same with Earth as well.
Okay, so because have you seen Panic's Psychastra video?
When it came out, I did, yes.
Okay, yeah, because he talks about like a meditation in there about your etheric double, and so I'm just I guess a bit confused. So it's one and the same entity, but there's a cord connecting it from our physical body and then up to our etheric double.
Right. So a good way to look at it, and she does mention it here in this book, is how the physical body and the etheric double operate like a battery, right? One is a positive pole, one is a negative pole. So that's another way of describing how if you want something to happen on the physical plane, you influence it on the etheric plane. So the etheric double is it's another aspect of the self. The physical body is the dense part. Now the mind is the less dense part, and the mind is more connected to the etheric double. And she mentions in the mystical Qabalah how you organize and arrange these energies that are present with the mind. And this is the work of the etheric double. The physical body can't really do much other than what it's told. But it's the mind that is able to designate where different energies go. And we use the physical body as a tool. The physical body is the negative polarity of this circuit. The etheric body is the higher polarity. Now, naturally, the etheric body is the negative pole to the higher self, which is in Tiferet. Same way that the sun uses its light and the moon reflects it. So likewise, the human being is a reflection of the light that's coming off the moon. An example of that is when the moon is full, we all act crazy. We are reflecting off the light from the moon, just like the moon is reflecting light from the sun. The sun is reflecting light from Kether or Sirius, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that makes it a lot clearer. Also, I was meditating on the Lucifer sigil, and I'm about to turn on my camera because I basically got this, like, I got a thought to put the sigil right here, and it basically like connected like Hod and Netzach, and then how like, because the sigil like has two lines coming in the middle, so that would like look like YESOD to me, and then it has them all connecting like back down there, so it looked like Malkuth to me.
Wow. Even how
yeah,
the way you have it there, it's like Hod also has two paths, right? One leading to YESOD, one leading to Malkuth. Same thing with Netzach. Paths, one leading to Hod, one leading to Malkuth.
Yeah, exactly. So I was just like, that was super like, I guess I don't know, just revealing to me, because how like Lucifer isn't Jesus, and how like Jesus would be considered Tiferet, but technically he's under Tiferet and the light bearer, so he's bearing the light from Tiferet. So that was just like, I was like, fuck.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've got to research the Lucifer and the moon connection. The light bearer, duh, just like the moon bears the light of the sun. Holy cow.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've always heard Lucifer associated with Venus.
Yeah. I know Savin Bomar has a video. I watched it like I think a year ago when it came out. I'm about to watch it again. Talks about like the real metaphysics of Satan and Lucifer, and he goes into like the geometric structures and a bunch of stuff. So I think I'm gonna watch that video again.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm like, the Kabbalistic Tarot, this book has been like fucking amazing. Just the whole virgin myth thing, he talks about that in here too. So that was like awesome. But yeah, I think that was all my questions / observations on YESOD.
Awesome. You hit me with 2 oh shit moments.
Well, those were oh shit for me. Like, I mean, it's still pretty oh shit because I was actually like, I microdosed shrooms and I had the tree of life on my wall. I just pinned it to my wall and then I pinned the Lucifer sticker next to it and I was just staring at him. And then I just saw the shape of like the bottom of the tree of life and how it just matched the sigil. And I was just like, oh shit. Yeah. So then I just started meditating. Like now I just meditate with the tree like this. So I don't know. Yeah.
The more you become aware of the matrix, the more it becomes aware of you.
Yeah. That's facts. But yeah.
Goodness. Okay, well, this wonderful thing about time, right? It's been what, 5.5 hours now?
Easy.
Jeez. Did it feel like 5.5 hours?
Definitely not. That's that.
I don't know what the deal is with this time, but it's like it's just not. It just refuses to follow any kind of rules that I used to know it by. Like I slept for like 20 hours. Like it didn't even feel like 20 hours. But before that, I sleep for maybe like 3-5 hours. Like nothing makes sense.
Yeah, time is crazy. I feel like after reading all this metaphysics, it's like I feel like we have like manipulation over time to a certain extent.
Especially when you think about how a lot of things that happen in this material plane is directly affected by your perception of it. And I think that this whole weirdness of time is an example of that.
Yeah. Because like, it's like learning this is basically how like the universe like collapses around our thoughts and our like subconscious patterns.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was the other thing, like how YESOD is like the moon and then like the ebb and flow of just the universe and how I went to the beach a couple days ago and it was during the full moon. And so the tides and how they were just like, it was like a song. Just like the rhythm of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was really, really nice.
We think about time, like does the rhythm of the tides have any concern with time? It's been happening for so long and so consistently. Like when you see something like that, how can you think of time? You know,
yeah,
we're used to things being so temporary, but when you observe nature, we see that it has cycles that can never be broken. There's nothing that man can do that can alter the tides coming in and going out. There's nothing man can do to alter the phases of the moon. There's nothing that man can do that can alter the sun coming up, you know? Like, we really have no power over these things.
Yeah. It's just we've acclimated to them. Like we've adapted ourselves to the seasons of the universe.
Yes.
Or we called it seasons.
We gave it a name so that we can harness that energy. And
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
we see these patterns and we harness them. All right, someone who's wise at least seeks the energy that's behind these patterns. Because look, these patterns that are manifesting, there's an energy behind them that's causing them to manifest. And that's what YESOD is all about, understanding the energy behind these patterns. The patterns manifest here and play out on the physical plane, but there are energies behind these patterns, and they relate to the other 8 spheres of the tree of life.
Yes.
This is why people see the ocean and water as a feminine thing, right? Because the energy behind the sea is a very feminine energy. It's a very Bina energy. It receives and it gives form, it gives shape, right? Life is created in the matrix of the waters, the womb, the infinite sea. Even the ships and the vessels that navigate the ocean are referred to as females because they carry us inside of them, right?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Even cities are referred to as female, as she, because we exist within her boundaries.
Yeah. Wow.
People even refer to their vehicles as a she. We sit
Yeah.
inside of it, right?
Yeah, it's like some things you just can't get away from. Like even when we talk about like using elements in our language, like it's lit or like that's dry. Like it's just things that are so, I guess, like ingrained, not even ingrained, just like how we express ourselves. Like there's some things that we can't get away from, as in like the femininity behind the ocean or stuff like that.
I had a good example of that same thing, but I forgot it. There's like a new phrase that people are saying recently, and it's like it's very elemental, just like what you described. I'm like, obviously, these people don't even see the significance of it, but we're gonna just keep seeing these phrases and trends and fads and all these things pop up that are elemental, right? That are etheric, that are planetary, cosmic, and the people that use them and proliferate them don't even realize it. But because I don't believe that a bunch of old white men in suits are creating these slang terms, I believe that they're happening spontaneously. This just goes to show how these patterns really are cosmic and they just play out however and wherever they see fit.
Yeah.
This matrix is created by a person. It isn't created by a group of people. It's a naturally occurring thing.
Yeah. Wow.
It very much exists. It very much is real. And we are very much within it. We look at the term matrix and we get Mayat, right? The goddess and Kemet. Furthermore, we get strong implications of Isis, another feminine entity, because we exist within the matrix. We exist within the simulation. It's a feminine thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even like how we're in the womb for like triple stage darkness, that would be when like the 3 trimesters of the womb correlate to like the Ain Sof and so far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Patterns that replicate, patterns that are eternal, patterns that we can't get away from. But by observing them and recognizing them, we can deduce, say, what time it is or what season it is. We can deduce how to move in accordance with our goals, right? I don't think that we're meant to break out of the matrix. I think we're meant to understand her. We're not meant to dominate her. We're meant to understand her so that we can work in harmony. I don't think it would be wise to seek to dominate such a thing.
Yeah.
Trying to dominate nature, you know, it may let us think that we've won for a period of time, but when we're comfortable and lazy, nature will become ruthless and reclaim her throne.
Yeah.
That, you know, it's like the end of the world And you see the buildings of civilization still there, but they're crumbling, and you got trees and vines growing all through them and wild antelopes running through the streets. You know, nature may let us think that we've won for now, but once we get sloppy and lazy, it's going to reclaim her rightful place.
Like in due time. And that goes with like Kronos and Bina. Like it just.
Yes. Yes. Gotta love it.
I was at a Santos. He came to California like a couple months ago, and I went to his class thing. It was just a day long. And one of the like crazy things was he broke down the word creation, how it's like Kronos, Rhea, and Jupiter into one word. The CR would be Kronos, like creation, and then the EA is Rhea, and create. The TOR is Jupiter.
What word?
Creation or creator.
Kronos, Rhea, and
either Jupiter or Thor, but I think they're the same.
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah. And how just like to be a creator, you have to have those three, I guess, archetypes working in unison, and that's what the word is.
Yeah.
So this is like I was using that word so much, like, oh, I'm a creator, but I didn't even know what the like how the word was assembled.
Wow. That's Santos, man. You'll listen to him for an hour and have to hit pause just to think about that.
Yes. Okay. You guys, okay, you should.
But yeah, I think that even relates to the Elohim, right? And we look in Genesis about the God force that was at work. Elohim isn't the name of a God, it is a name of a type of God. And it employs the creative aspects of combining the masculine and the feminine into one. I think that really speaks to what you're talking about there with the Kronos, Rhea, Thor.
Yeah.
Triad again, father, mother, child, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like so many of the like you said, just like patterns repeating over again in just different, they may be taking different forms, but the energy behind them is still that and
yes. And this is a science of learning how to access these great energies through specific forms. There is no energy that's off limits. There's no energy that you can't touch. You just have to figure out a good way to harness it and encapsulate it, whether it's through a sigil or through some deity that somebody made up. But where there is a will, there is a way.
Yeah. When you said that, like when you brought in the definition of sigil, that was like really just like how like even like a smell could be a sigil.
Yes. Yeah. I have certain smells that I only employ whenever I'm trying to invoke a particular state.
Yeah. I just got brain magic, and I was making flashcards for the vocab words at the end, just so I could like just do something daily to like keep the NLP going. But brain magic has like a lot of the NLP stuff just like concise and like straight to the point.
Yes.
All right. This was super good. Gotta finish it.
Too much sauce. All right. Well, does anyone else in the chat have anything that they'd like to say or ask in reference to YESOD or anything else that we spoke about today in this conversation? Doesn't look like it. Other than Amar giving out the secret books here.
Oh, my bad. But, I mean, that was towards the end of the video, so if people get to the end,
Yeah.
we'll get that.
Marie said she's hip, so that's cool. I didn't expect any less from her. Same old me says, something that's on my mind is the differentiation between subconscious and unconscious. Well, I think that goes a lot more towards the etymology. They both represent the same thing, but the phrase subconscious is relatively new, and there are actually some circles of psychology that don't use that word. They don't believe that that word is a real thing. There are some circles of psychology that, they say that subconscious is mystical mumbo jumbo. Now, the unconscious has been a part of psychology, and that usually refers to the automatic processes that you run, the automatic programs that run, breathing, blinking, blood flow, all that good stuff. But when we start talking about subconscious, that's when it gets more to behavioral and psychological aspects. Now, there are some groups, like I said, that don't believe in that, but I think I've seen enough to understand that it's a thing. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question about unconscious and subconscious. Framestar Film says, time devours all things. Kronos, Saturn, the eater of children. The planet Saturn consumes its own moons. I thought it was pretty interesting that Funkadelic, back in the day, 70s or 80s, came out with an album called America Eats Its Young. I wonder if they really knew how literal that album title would be. Very Kronos. Right? Kronos, eating its children. And we're surprised and we're bewildered at the things that we see in the news, right? Nothing new under the sun. Jacqueline, you have returned at a good point. Is there anything that you have as far as comments or questions that you might want to add before we wrap it up?
No, thanks. My bad about the leaving like that. Yeah.
Oh, it's all good. I understand. Real life happens. All right. Well.
All right, Trav. Peace. Catch you next week.
Keep reading. Stay thirsty, my man. I appreciate it.
I will.
Thank you.
Peace, guys.
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I hate that I missed the last 30 minutes of it, but I will be able to see it on the recording, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you can't find it, just let me know. And also, we'll
Oh,
be
Dominic. Sorry. He's okay.
We'll be here on Thursday also, 8 p.m. Eastern. I don't know if you're Eastern.
Yeah, I'm Eastern.
8 o'clock. Yeah, it'll be more free form. So if you have anything that's on your mind, I guess, prepare it for that time.
I will. Thank you so much, Travis. All right. Y'all have a nice night. Bye.
Ifedeo, you good? I will assume that you are good, Ifedeo. Okay, so yeah, to everybody in the chat, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for bringing your awareness and your attention and your questions and your comments. This is developing in a particular direction. Like I said, I've been mentioning this matrix and simulation so frequently because this is the direction that I am studying with this science. The occult isn't meant to be a bunch of rehashed information repeated over and over and over again. That's the trap that we see. It's meant to be pushed forward to understand how our reality works in the present. Now, because we live in a world that is becoming increasingly dominated by digital systems, it would almost be self-sabotage to ignore the direction that we're heading in, involving machines and automatic cycles. So be on the lookout. Keep studying. Stay thirsty. Stay hungry. Appreciate you guys. I'm about to bounce. Tree Marie, good to see you as always. Same old me. Thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate you, bro. Framestar Films, thank you very much. All right. All right. All right. Lamar Harmon, welcome back, my friend. All right, so I guess I'm gonna bounce. Guess this wraps it up. I always hate to leave you guys, but won't be for long. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.